What's up, everybody? Good evening, everybody. What's going on? Got 3 buckets of cons to run. We're going to run about a half bucket tonight. What's going on? Hope everybody's cool. Hope it's been a hot weekend, man. Blood Files, Shannon Dalton's in the house. Jackson. What's going on, everybody? Links pinned at the top if anybody wants to come up. Let me know in the chat. Going to be running this booth tonight. Yeah, it was 95 here with 90% humidity. Not a good day. My grass hasn't grown in a week. I'm not complaining, but you know it's hot when the grass ain't growing. You know humidity out here, that tell you that for sure. Classified your stuff down to 1/8 inch. Yep, yep. Forgot something. Tried running it at 1/4 inch, but kept clogging up the mat down here. I'm hoping I don't find any gold in this. You know, it'll make me feel better about the high banker. Stuff had so much clay in it, I had to classify it by hand. Ended up with 3 buckets, 1/4 inch material. And then I tried running it through here, a couple streets, and it just kept clogging this mat up with the 1/4 inch stones. I took it outside and classified it down to 1/8 inch. Joe, bad idea, what's up? Stack it with him. Every time I turned around to move, I started sweating. Probably because I'm fat. Yeah, this ancient stuff running through a lot easier. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Shannon. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. That's how I used to. That's how I used to make my pockets fat when I was a kid. Cut the piece of grass. That's backstage. What's up, Zach?
What's going on, PA?
Not much, man. Sweating through the heat today.
Sweating like a snitch at a gangster party.
That's right.
I've been hiding from the heat all day. All things country, hello. Shannon Dalton, hello. Yeah, I wish I could have cut grass for money when I was little.
Man, I had steady customers, man. Snow shoveling too.
No, when we were like 10, we did a lemonade stand out on the corner of our street there. And it was actually my mom's idea because we wanted the Nintendo. This was right when Nintendo came out. And she says, we're not getting you one. You guys aren't getting one. What if we make our own money? And we came up with a lemonade stand, and she played along with it. She's like, sure, I guess as we're older, she tells us that was her and my dad's plan to get us for Christmas was a game system. You know, that was going to be our big Christmas present or whatever. So we went out and started our lemonade stand, and within like 2 weeks, we had the $100 or whatever profit that it cost for the Nintendo when it first came out. She said she was so pissed having to drive us down there to get that.
Did you get it, or did you wait for Christmas?
No, we bought it with money we earned in like 2 weeks. And then we made so much money on the lemonade stand. We kept doing that all summer. We made a lot of money on that. 25 cents a cup.
Nice. I always saw that on TV. Never really knew anybody that did it.
Yeah, that's what we got away with was Kool-Aid and lemonade, 25 cents a cup. I mean, after we bought the stuff, we were making like $10 or $12 a day, which wasn't a lot, obviously. But when you're 8 or 10, that's decent money. And when you save it, it adds up to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did that for a few years.
I was like, Pop, give me $10. I just got your lawnmower last week. Go cut some grass, you would say.
Yeah, we were never given money.
My dad was a welder, and he used to take us with him. There was a bunch of car junkyards down, a few blocks from our house, half a mile or so, and he used to do all the welding for them for their equipment. So if we wanted money, we went with him on Saturday and Sunday, and he worked on the equipment, and we went and got his tools and got this and got that. I mean, he yelled at us mostly all day because we brought back the wrong shit. But
No, my dad worked for it was called Santa Fe back then in Burlington, Northern Santa Fe, and he was a high rail supervisor, which means he ran from Barstow to Mojave, which is 100 and something miles. That was his track. He as far as the gang crew or anybody that goes, he was the boss, and so he would take us to work with him. We learned how to drive in company trucks. We'd be out there because there is nobody to rat on you or anything. It's the middle of the desert. We learned how to drive in company trucks. You'd come across the signalman or whatever. I remember his last name was Geary. I think it was Mac Geary, Mac or Lonnie, I forget which. We'd run across the signalman. He's got his kid with him too. It was one of those jobs in one of those positions, early 90s, late 80s. You had your job and you took your company truck from your house. You went out and worked all day and you came back to your house in your company truck. You never saw anybody else. And
right.
The only people we ever saw were his crewmen, his gangmen. And he says, what? They're not going to rat me out. I'm the one who writes the hours on their paychecks.
Lester, what's up, brother?
So I learned how
Kool-Aid
to
and garden hose. Best flavor ever.
I learned how to drive in a brand new F250 in the early 90s.
That's awesome.
Tires and none of that didn't matter because those high rail trucks, they get spikes in the tires continuously. You know, carry 2, 3, 4 spares because they get tire spikes in the tires continuously. So we're out there in the desert in a brand new F250 just beating the bejesus out of it, and it didn't even matter.
Chop, what's up?
Get in with it. Sweep up all that popcorn you drop. Did you do any more of your honeydews today? Get.
Went shopping a couple of nights. Some of that stuff, you know.
I'm surprisingly slow for how hot it is. I'd have figured I'd been running more calls.
Got a problem with the dryer. Got to fix that now.
Oh, I've repaired my fair shares of washers and dryers. Hello, dispatch.
Probably the belt or one of the wheels that drive the drum that's squeaking, you know.
Oh, it's just squeaking?
Yeah, it wasn't turning unless you gave it a spin, you know.
Yeah.
But we did 3 loads and it kept going, so I'll take it apart and look at it tomorrow when it's cool.
They're fair. Are they newer, you know, like high efficiency ones, or is it an older one?
Nah, I got these when I got the house. Got the scratching bit, you know what I mean? They lasted 10 years though, when they started giving us a problem.
That's good life. Mine run nearly continuously. I'm a freaking washer repair pro. My first set when I bought this house, I went out and bought brand new Whirlpool Cabrillos, thinking that, you know, I'd have problem-free washer and dryer for 10 years. The dryer was great. I virtually never worked on the dryer. That washer was like my heater from that guy in A Christmas Story. Every couple of months, you're out there, you sure it. I mean, 6 months old. Me and another mechanic friend are out there beating my washer apart with a 2x4 because I bought top load because I didn't want the front seal leaking. I was listening to bad advice. Well, because it's high efficiency, the drum floats on the main shaft, and when it detects suds, the way it detects suds is the drum doesn't float. Well, on their crappy ass design, the drum would seize to the shaft continuously. So they made a special tool to get it apart, but I didn't have that the first time. I wound up never buying it. So one of us would have to hold the drum up, and the other one's over there with a 2x4 and a hammer beating the shaft out of the center of the drum.
We got Stars prospecting in the house under his new name. Lester, we're running some classified material at the back end of my sluice from Thermal City. Classified it down to 1/8 inch.
Oh, that is cars.
Yeah, cars coming in here under his new name. It's been fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what I have now. I've worn out Whirlpools. The Samsung was just junk. Do I have LGs now? The LGs have been decent, but the dryer doesn't dry very good.
I got Ropers, dude. They're called Roper. I got Roper dryer and I got Roper washer. They were $300 a piece at the Sears scratch event.
Oh, my brother went and got scratch and dents. They're great. Same thing.
I love that over there. I'm like, they're going to be in the basement. Who cares? Hey, dude, what's up, man? That Scars is back in under his other new name, Scars. So we got some clay material from Thermal City. I got a couple loads, and I went back the next day, and there was material all over the rocks that came out of the back of the high banker because of the clay. So I just picked it up, shoveled it into the bucket with the classifier, and brought home 3 buckets of material. I wasn't leaving it there. I paid $60 a load.
Wow.
You know?
It's probably the best stuff on the load, too.
Got my handy classifier, homemade 3-gallon bucket. Oh, check this out. Charlie digging it back. He is the man. He hooked me up with a coin skirt.
Oh, he just sent you one?
Yeah, I asked him for the link, dude, and sent me the whole thing.
Nice. Hello, Culver.
James Culver.
Hello, Wendy.
I was like, yeah, this works really good, man. I got some nuggets we're going to look at a little later with it.
Yeah, Shannon, Maytag, Whirlpool, and somebody else are all the same company now. BC's over here trying to tell the ladies he's got a level 6 clearance again. You know that guy doubles at least everything.
What's up, BC? Joseph Norton.
Joseph Norton.
It would be a fun party with them two. Wendy's Actual Adventure, how are you? Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. I see a couple flakes in there, Zach.
I'm sure you do.
Nothing like last time, but
Go get. Yeah, we just had a rare desert thunderstorm come through, and when I say thunderstorm, that means we get raindrops like the size of a quarter, and you get maybe 1 per square foot, but it's enough to freak my dog out. Chicken.
well, he's like you, brother. He thinks that shit's fake. Doesn't know what to do when it comes. He wants to run to the yard.
Oh, this dog is nuts for all that stuff. It is scared to death, and I swear to you, PA, there was not enough rain that came down, accumulated all at one time enough to wet your car or the driveway. It's just so hot they come down in like quarter-sized drops.
Oh, man. Good luck with that, Spars. Send in prayers, brother. That could be money, Zach, huh?
No. It could mean money for the other person. That was one of my brother-in-laws on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
I'm sure they don't want to give me money. He's trying hard too.
Yeah, we're supposed to get some thunderstorms in a little bit, I think. Supposed to be a little cooler tomorrow. 85.
It's going to be hot here all week. I think hot and windy, and I got one call to do. I got one car sitting in my driveway I need to do, and I just picked up a. I didn't pick it up. I just picked up the job for a crashed 2016 Civic. No frame damage. It just tore up the front end, radiator, condenser, bumper reinforcement, all that garbage.
He told his kids he's watching Creek Simulator.
You what? Watching the Creek Simulator?
Yeah.
Where's DD? Oh, dispatch detective.
Yeah, it was raining every 2 days here. Now we ain't got nothing for like 2 weeks. One little storm in 2 weeks. Rained for like 20 minutes, real light.
Hang on a second. I'll be right back. You can hear the water or something in your mic on that real bad.
What's that?
You can hear the water or the wind in your mic real bad.
Probably the wind.
Yeah, it was the wind because it's gone when you stand up. Oh, never mind. I won't be right back. He just wants to borrow a car. That ain't gonna happen.
I was looking at an air conditioner frame here yesterday. I'm like, no, we ain't going to need it. Sure you do. Oh, I'm giving you the fever scars. Yeah, I heard there was tornadoes down in Tennessee and North Carolina, South Carolina.
Jimmy, you're fucking annoying. Get out of my lap. You're gonna get hurt. Go. Get. Sissy Dolan. I'll be right back.
Just had to replace the contactor in my condenser unit just in time for the heat. Not too bad, brother. You do it yourself? Nick, how you doing, brother? I hope you're well. You haven't even been able to get out this year, huh? I'm hoping not to find any gold in this. Yeah, after spending $120 on 2 yards of dirt, I didn't want to be losing any off the back end, you know. More of a precaution than anything. Come on, Rob is in the house. What's going on, brother? Anybody wants to come on up? Try out their first time on a live? You're more than welcome. Hit that link at the top and tell me in the chat so I can make sure I come back over to the phone and check it and let you in. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Gold Hunter 77, what's up, brother? You know, out there sniping, bro. Going sniping my first time. First week of August up in Vermont. That sucks, Nick. I hope everything turns out well for you, bro. I had bad back for 25 years, man, and got my hip replaced when the back pain went away. I got lucky. Thank you, brother. This sluice inside, I made this myself. And this is a cane sluice. I just let it ride in. Micro mat on top, mini mat down the bottom. Well, I'm sorry, Cape Big. Went out Normal City, North Carolina, and my truck broke down on the way. I ended up spending 12 days out there waiting for them to fix it. And I bought two yards of dirt. You know, they drove up and dumped in there, and I ran through the high banker. And there was just too much material in the rocks that was coming off the back end, so I classified them and got 3 buckets. Classified them down a 1/4 inch, and then I brought it home, and I was running the 1/4 inch stuff, and it was kind of jamming this up. So I classified down to 1/8 inch. And I'm hoping to find no lobius. But I see a piece right there. Yeah, 3 foot, bro.
All things country. Did you ever see that Inspector Gadget left arm video from Charlie's? Gold Hunter, you said, has anybody seen Rob? You're talking about Hobo Rob? He was at Monardo Rob's this morning, I think. Or taking it back last night, one of the two.
2 over Robin, just sure. Get out this weekend, 77. Jordan, how are you?
Oh.
Welcome to the show.
Hello, Jordan. There you go. Hobo Rob smelled you out. Oh, did you guys have a good live over on Wrenches Friday? I didn't catch that one.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Ken do had some plans, so we didn't go live. So John popped up and we hung out until like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Shut it down, and Charlie Bill, investor over there.
Yeah, I had a real short live over on my gun channel I watched, and then I went out on calls, and I got home. I didn't even check YouTube. I just went to bed.
Yeah, I have to ask, how close to that 1999 day was the actual person at U-Haul? Well, let's see. I had it for just about 10 days. I had it for 13 days. It cost $1,100.
Yeah, the $19.99 a day U-Haul price is usually in town only plus mileage.
Yeah, it's 99 cents a mile. Yeah, I figured I'd be getting something back, and ended up getting $8 at the local places. So I had to go 25 miles away from where I was. So I took an Uber there, got the truck, came back to the dealer, picked up my trailer, and went to the campsite. When I came back, it took me almost 6 hours to get a ride back to the 25 miles away, back to Salem and Rocky Mount. And I sat there for 6 hours, 5.5 hours, trying to get an Uber or a Lyft or a cab or anything. I ended up renting another U-Haul, taking it from that one place to another U-Haul place in Salem, and then waited 2 more hours for an Uber because there was an accident on 81. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, man, I would have asked for a Sharpie. I'd have held a sign out on the street: "Have money, need ride."
Yeah, have money, need ride, get you in the car, kill you, dump you in the mountains.
Most people aren't trying to kill you, unless they're gonna turn you into one of those. Oh shit, I forget the movie where they have the slave. Pulp Fiction slave.
So I bought one of them water distillers. What a difference, man.
A water distiller?
Yeah.
Sure, it
Does a
helps with
gallon.
wind.
It does a gallon at a time, and takes all the chlorine and fluoride and all that crap out of the water. And what a difference, man.
Are you talking about a reverse osmosis?
It's a distiller from H2O Laboratories.
Yeah,
Makes distilled water.
The problem with those PA with your distilled waters, they have no nutrients, or they have less nutrients than they're supposed to. So even though you're drinking water, you're not necessarily getting some of the benefits that water is supposed to give you. Well, I have no doubt it's better for you than the crap you were putting into it. Look into that to see if you need to be adding any kind of a vitamin or a drop to that to bring the water to what it was. Because that's the thing with reverse osmosis water is the process removes all the minerals and nutrients from the water, but water that's fit for human consumption has to have some minerals and nutrients for your body to process. Josiah Judge, hello. Never seen you before.
Hello, Josiah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting a system on my house. Mine, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to start with a water softener because we got really bad water out here, and then do a filtration system after that just for my drinking water or something, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, my water had so much chlorine. When you turn the spigot on, you could smell it, dude.
Ours is like that sometimes. Sometimes you can smell the chlorine, very rarely, but sometimes. But our heart, we have so much calcium in the water. Desert water is horrible for calcium. We got so much calcium and stuff in the water, it's like milk. So, but any filtration system I get, from what I've been reading, with as hard as our water is, we would destroy it like instantly, destroy the filters.
Right.
So everybody's saying reverse osmosis at first, or I'm sorry, water soften it first, and then you can go with a filtration system. And you can have decent water.
I do have Himalayan salt that I add a little bit of that in the water, just a little bit, and it's got like 80 minerals and nutrients in it.
Yeah, Vester was saying something about Redmond's salt for the minerals.
The best salt.
Joseph Knowlton recommends adding hops, barley, sugar, and yeast. Let it sit for about a week, and then bring it to a very low boil and catch the steam.
I'll pass on that, brother. I had enough drinking for a while.
Say, most of mine dispatched. I'm still drinking coffee. It's 106 here. I'm still drinking coffee. Yeah, all things. I was looking at a setup the other day. What I'm going to wind up doing is going with a portable exchange softener system, and then it'll be a monthly fee at probably $200 a month or something. I don't know, $100 a month. But that'll make it way easier for me. Hello, Curbside.
Curbside Classics, what's up? Wow, it's getting dirty. I knew it would. All that clay. Well, I guess we lost Wrench.
He's just mad at you.
Yeah.
No, he's been spending a lot of time with his family, hasn't he?
Not true.
Yeah, Shannon, our water out here has to be softened, but I'm on the fence about doing a water softener where I maintain it or a water softener where the company maintains it and they just exchange. It's called a portable exchange tank. It's got all the resins in it, and they just come and switch it out, and you're good to go. But our water usage is ludicrous. I'd probably do good to just go rebuy a drinking water cooler. Aqua Donkey, hello.
What's up, Donkey?
No, Aqua. He's working on thermal city cons.
Dirty cans. Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
See, Scars, that's one of the things about the great nanny state of California. They're pretty Nazi on the water standards and things like that. So as soon as it's not good, we get letters and notices, and they set up locations where they're passing out bottled water and all that crap. We had a perchlorate thing a few years ago. Hello, John R. We're waiting for you to call in. We had a perchlorate thing a few years ago, and what it was back in the old days, some man had a place where he would make rockets, like firecrackers and rockets and things like that. And they used perchlorates as the accelerant. When his business closed down, he took all of his leftover chemicals and stuff and took them to his backyard and buried them. Well, about 20 or 30 years later, that made its way into our town's drinking water, into this particular well they were using, and they tested it, and it had perchlorates, rocket fuels. And big thing all over the place. They trucked in water and gave it to everybody, and our water company just switched to a different well that wasn't contaminated and flushed out the town, basically. Told everybody to run their faucets for 20 or 30 minutes, and then they gave all of us a credit on our bill. But the nanny government was on that for us. Well, if you're just sitting in traffic anyway, John, you might as well show us the inside of that Prius a little more. Oh, he's coming home from Cottonwoods.
Yeah. Cottonwood Gold Camp. Such a good time out there. Yeah, we're going to go up and hang out with Heath and Joseph and Green Mountain Gold Tap.
Yeah.
First week of August.
Yeah, I'm shut down here. It's just too hot.
Hibernating time, Jack.
It is. I'll go out and work on it, but the desert's too dangerous. Yeah, aqua BP contamination. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys have seen that movie Aaron Brockovich out of Hinckley, California. That's 15 miles from me.
Wow.
Me and my son were actually driving around in there because we're putting some more miles on getting him some more practice so he can go to a driving test. So we were driving through out there. I was telling him how it used to be before all that came to light. John R. says he has a premiere in 2 minutes. Sorry, John, I'm going to miss that one.
Yeah, I won't be able to catch it if I'm on the live, brother.
You're stepping on PA's toes. PA owns Sunday night.
Everybody can do what they got to do.
Oh, yeah, there's no way not to cross somebody when you're trying to find a time for a live. John R. says he went live yesterday. What the hell?
Yeah, he was live at the creek.
I didn't see that. Crap, he did go live. What time was that?
Around 5 or 6 here.
Huh, missed it.
7 maybe.
How was your turnout, John? Did you get some decent people?
Usual suspects were there.
I just didn't catch it. I wasn't doing anything either. I just realized I didn't do no work yesterday. I spent money. I didn't make any, though.
Mm.
All right, John, we'll see you when you're done.
That was his first live, you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I get to go work at the borax mine first thing in the morning.
The borax mine.
Yeah, I got to go do some work on a truck out at the borax mine. There's a real huge borax deposit about 30-ish minutes from me. And it's an absolutely massive mine.
And the first person who started mining that stuff got rich off it, dude.
These people are still pretty rich. I mean, it's owned by the company Rio Tintos, which they own mines all over the place. So it's a huge company, but the mine is just massive.
Borax is good for you, actually.
Do what?
Borax is good for you.
It's got a lot of uses.
Yeah.
The thing is with this particular mine, I always heard that their pay streak was running out, or I've been hearing that the pay streak was running out from some of the guys that work there. They're like, yeah, we're running out of ore. And so they were retesting everything around the mines, and they found there's enough lithium in their tailings or in their waste rock pile that could make it a viable lithium mine. You know, in the stuff that's already moved and processed.
Right.
So they might go and recover all their waste rock and recover all the lithium from that, which is a new process, or which is a different process. So that could keep it going for, lifetime.
Yeah.
But they're up until a while ago, they were the biggest borax producer ever, or in the world. They got beat a while back. Hard hat and reflector vest? No, Shannon. I'm working for a contractor in the contractor area. So the key is when you're doing that is to get in there, get it fixed, and get the fuck out of there. I'm actually doing the same repair on it that I did a few months ago. For some reason, it's a Chevy truck, a Chevy 2500. And it has what's called an isolated steering link, which basically means it has a bushing in the steering link where the pitman arm bolts to it.
Right.
And they're destroying the bushing somehow. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they're destroying the bushing somehow, so got to go to that. Oh, numismatic. Hello, Creed. Yeah, I've done it before. They didn't give me any problem. I'm going to hit that place. I'm going to be there before 6. And I got my son with me to work too, so we're going to slide in there, get it done, and slide out of there before anybody knows the difference.
It's finally starting to cool off here. Thank God.
It's coming down a little bit here.
I want the skaters coming in. Hey, what's up, brother? 81 degrees is not hot.
For him, it is.
Yeah, Skipper, what's up, bro? How you doing? So for those of you just coming in, all this material came off my high banker because it was clay. Went back the next day and looked at the rock pile, and it was full of such gritty sand. So I said, let me classify this in the buckets and bring it home, just to make sure. So here we are.
Numismatic used to be a tunneler. Very neat numismatic. Yeah, Shannon, I'm probably supposed to have my M-Shaw class. It's one of those things. They just want me to get in there and get out, and I'll do that just fine. If they throw me off the property, they throw me off the property. They'll just bring the truck to the outside of the property. I'm insured and all that, so I'm not a risk to them. I'm just violating more mine policies than you can imagine. But it's like they tell me, even though nobody's supposed to be working in there, they had subcontractors come and do an entire transmission in a crane in the same spot where I'm working on this truck. Like, if they didn't get in trouble for that, why are we going to get in trouble for doing a steering linkage? Georgianne's wanting to know if you got any pay dirt, PA.
I sold you my last bag, Jordan, for now. So I reached back up. Did you get your bag? I think you did. Good to see you, Skipper. I wonder where Mary is. It's not like her not to come around.
Oh, she'll be in.
Yeah.
She just can't resist seeing me on camera.
She misses us like a sore ass. That water's getting dirty.
Was it fresh when you started?
Yep. And I even rinsed it out a couple times.
And you can't do a pour-off bucket with that stuff, can you?
I did like 3 pour-offs before I started. It was so hot out there, I had to go get a shower after doing that. When I classified it down to 1/8 inch, it was so muddy that I had to grab a shower. Before I did, I poured it off 3 times. Poured it back up in water, let it settle, poured it off again.
Yeah.
Basically, you take the nozzle and stick it down in the bottom of the bucket through the sand and let it boil up. And it pulls out all the mud. Let it sit for a minute or 2 or 3, let it settle, and then pour it off.
I swung by John R's premiere real quick just to stop by. That sluice he has is a beast. Have you seen
Running a
it?
high bagger?
Yeah, it's
Running a high bagger? Yeah. I was there when he bought it. It caught me.
That thing looks like it's 12 foot long.
I think it's 13. 13 feet.
I'm looking right here, though. I can see where he's got them bolted together, where he's got multiple sluices bolted together. He's losing a lot of water through those cracks. I would be afraid he'd be losing gold out of there, but I don't really think he needs a high baker that long.
Yeah, when you first started up, I don't know if you just started it up, but the under the flare, the mat goes underneath the flare and bolts to it, and
Yeah.
it fills up with material, and then it stops running material out of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Once it fills up, it stops.
that sounds like he needs to find a better mat then. The whole point of a decent mat is one that's going to clear out the material and keep the gold.
Well, no, they overlap. So if you put the mat back, it overlaps about 2 inches. So the mat slides back about 3 or 4 inches and bolts to the flare on them. So once that fills up underneath there, nothing can get through it and it runs right out.
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't take long, you know what I mean, for it to stop.
yeah, I'm just looking at his setup. He's leaking a lot at the seams where he's got those 2 extra sluice beds bolted to it. Whatever. He's moving a lot of water, though.
Yeah, he's got a 2-inch pump on that.
I mean, he's got a heck of a flow coming out of the end. He's obviously losing some back in the big rock pile. Good fun. I'd figure a couple weeks out on the claim and you'd be all prospected out.
For me, no way, dude. I want to go sniping. Up in that gorge where we were at in Vermont.
Yeah.
That's where we're headed.
Are they even going to have gold big enough to snipe, though, or are you just going to be like crevicing sniping?
Probably crevicing. I mean, it ain't going to be like nuggets or nothing like that. You never know, though. You might get lucky.
Yeah.
I've seen people find 1.5 gram nuggets, 0.5 gram nuggets, you know what I mean? Up there. On video, you know. You never know, man, in that gorge.
You don't.
Yes, sir, the machine is running these stones. $3,700-gallon bilge pump. Comes up the tube into the header box, across the miner's mat to smooth the flow down, and across the micro and a mini remat. Like I said, I hope I don't find any gold in this.
I hope you find a bunch. Because that wouldn't be a shortfall of your equipment. Your equipment's not made to break up clay balls.
Right. There's just so much material there. I'm like, man, like that's a lot of it. I was thinking to myself, that's a lot of material in that rock.
Well, that's the thing. If you figure out if this material is any good, then you'll know you can go to Thermal City and you don't have to pay nothing. You just go clean up other people's piles.
Right.
Yeah, I just like helping out, man. I have to get rid of this pile of rock, throw some rocks around, throw some clay balls in the bucket. Hey, what are you doing?
Well, I went out there with the metal detector, just detecting the rock piles from everybody. spread them out and run a detector and see if I can. And I found some nails and stuff like that, but no gold. Well, that's when I noticed that all that material was in my rocks. I was like, shit, man, I gotta press class.
Yeah. I mean, this will be a good indicator where gold is too out there for you. If you see a lot of gold in these clay balls, you know to look for the clay balls down on the creek.
Yeah, I found me and Lester were dredging the first day we were there, and he was dredging down into a hole and didn't hit any clay. And he's like, just go right back there, man. So I did a little test jam, found a couple pieces, and I went down to the clay layer and then started widening out my hole. I mean, my hole ended up being like 8 feet wide by 2.5 to 3 foot deep, but I was right on top of the blue clay, and I was just taking about 6 inches of it. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
widening out my hole, and I figured because if it's I'm hitting clay, it ain't going no further than that. You know what I mean? The goal, especially that blue clay, down there. There was some decay in bedrock, and I took that down a little deeper though. That's always a good idea.
Yeah, if I wanted to prospect around here, I'd have to invest in a dry washer.
Yep, absolutely.
And a rock crusher. I'd probably invest in the rock crusher first because I can tag ore veins and like quartz deposits and things like that.
There's some jacks on them.
Way easier. I could just fill the back of the truck with rocks and bring it home and run a little crusher and powder that stuff up. I think I could do pretty good doing it because I know where some pretty good looking veins are. But I've talked to guys out here. They did a lot of prospecting dry wash and they were pulling gold. Nothing phenomenal though. I kind of think the hard rock mining might be where the money's at around here for it. DB, hello.
DB. So me and Mrs. Patriot are going back down to Thermal City on July 4th. Vestor's coming down. Scott Sharp might come down there. JP's going down.
There gonna be some other wives for her to talk to down there?
Yeah.
Good.
Vestor's coming down with his son.
Culver says he just finished up his cons for New Mexico. Very nice. I know, Vester. My problem with the prospecting is I still have little ones to entertain or younger ones to entertain. So, I can't legitimately leave all them at home while I go out and play all day. I'd rather go out and play with them or take them to play.
Get them out there digging for you, brother.
Yeah, they're only going to fall for that once or twice. I mean, they would.
No, Dad, no.
They'd rather do something cool like risk their lives in an abandoned mine or watch my continued mission to see how far land cruiser will go. I don't know if I told you probably a month or so ago. Second to the last time I went out, I actually found a hill that my Land Cruiser couldn't make it up.
Nice.
It didn't even look like that much of a hill. My Blazer would have gone up it. I was a little pissed off. If we were gonna die, if I didn't make it up that hill, I would have made it up that hill. But under normal play circumstances, it did not want to go up the hill.
Everything working all right in it?
Yeah. It's just that particular hill was real choppy and soft from everybody struggling to get up it. There was a lot of wheel hop marks from the Jeeps and all that stuff. And my Land Cruiser's pretty gutless because I'm still running the stock straight six. And it didn't want to go. It loves the sand. It just did not want to go up that particular hill though. Same spot too. Didn't matter how I hit it. I tried it like 4 times and forget it. I turned around and continued on my adventure. My Blazer would have gone up it though, or broke trying.
What's up, Miss DB? How you doing?
Oh, that's rough, all things. Wow, PA, I didn't realize you didn't like all things country.
I wouldn't say I don't like them.
I just noticed they don't have a wrench. He's on the gold though, or he's getting out there looking for it.
He's got that little claim up there he goes to. Pretty good.
I'm looking at his shorts.
I think he said it was raining up there. He hasn't been able to get out. Or too hot or something like that.
Yeah, I think they said rain a few days. He was saying it was raining last night. He wanted to go sniping, but the river was like chocolate milk.
It'll get better.
All things country. I'm on your make that gold sparkle video. What was the weight on that? Because that looks like a lot of gold. Oh, is he getting ready to weigh it? Nope. Oh, dog.
Swamp dog, what's up? Miss Patriot just came down. I'm like, get on the light. She's like, no.
You text who?
I said, Miss Patriot just came down. I said, come here, get on the light. She's like, no.
Later, Shannon Dalton.
See you, Shannon. Have a great night, bud.
Did you drag that Toyota home yet, Culver?
Yeah, man, what's going on with that truck?
Oh, he's got to make room for it at home. Got to get rid of a Camry. Camrys are easy to get rid of. Craigslist, they're going in a flash. What part are you, investor? You're not going to rebuild the rear end on your own Culver? Them rebuild kits are pretty cheap now, especially if the gears aren't run. If it's just an old off-road truck, you can get away with being pretty sloppy on it, but it's not that bad. Nice, smoke dog.
Still got like a quarter bucket of plus 1/8 size material to go through too. A lot of quartz in it.
Nice.
Might even hope there might be a little picture in there or something.
Yeah. Well, you know, Culver, if it needs a gear set, you might as well re-gear it. And I take everything I say to you with a grain of salt because I need to re-gear and lock that Land Cruiser as I sit here. Just don't want to get off my ass and do it. Southwest Virginia.
We're going live. I think it was Grandma Kelly's live, and Bruce was on there. And he said he's just tired of doing the Monday Night Live.
Oh, his brewer is?
Yeah, he said he's just tired of doing it. He's been doing it for 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not a brewer watcher, but I can see how it would get old.
But that slot is now opened up. The Monday night slot.
On that little 4-cylinder, you should probably go up into the 5s, Culver. Even on my straight 6, I'm thinking about going into the 5s. I don't think I'll go like 580s or nothing crazy like that, but probably like 510s, 511s, whatever.
What dog? What's going on, brother? Hope everything's well.
Swamp, it's going decent. I ain't starving. Try to get John R to fill that spot. I mean, you got Sundays, and it looks like you're doing some on Wednesdays now.
Yep.
Rich does Thursdays when he can.
Wednesday's going to be a political show.
Oh, Wednesday's going to be a political show.
Yeah.
All right, I'm busy that day.
It'll probably flop.
With the volume of your politics, it won't stay in a political show because any adverse opinions won't hang around with you very long. So you just get in a like-minded group of people and
Right.
sit there and bitch amongst yourselves about things that you ultimately have no control over. So,
Right.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
None of us can change it. If you wanted to get a reaction video where you have people showing up, start running a Wednesday night one on meat, like steak, food, meat.
Right.
See if you can get the vegetarians to come by and troll you. They are some of the funniest people to get pissed off. They come out in droves too. Oh man, if you want to have a good time, piss off the vegetarians. I got on one of those pig hauling videos where they're trying to stop the pig haulers from going into the thing. Oh man, that's some fun times right there. And if you really want to piss them off, refer to the pigs as food stock. That wasn't ringing their bell. That was checking every box. You could see them having a meltdown through their text. That was a good time. You ever bored? Go pick on the vegans. They fight back, and it is absolutely hilarious. I mean, depending on how creative you are, they started talking to me about the pigs' feelings and all that. I'm like, well, how do you know how they have feelings? I said, I feel like plants have feelings. So how can you explain that plants don't have feelings? Oh, you're just that. It was good trolling. I had a good old time on that. Several times.
One of the themes was to respect other people's opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that's not really a strong point of mine. No, Culver, I went on this video because it popped up in my feed. They were across the street having their protest trying to stop the semis from taking the pigs in there. And this other dude was across the street grilling hamburgers and hot dogs and passing them out for free. And that's what got me there. And then I got on a series of these videos, and I got in a fight with the vegans on like 3 or 4 of these videos. And they come out in force, man. We're talking like 50, 60 replies. It was a good time. The thing is though, when I was watching these videos and you learn, like, they're over there on the trailer trying to give, or running up to the trailer trying to give the pigs water or whatever, and they're not giving the pigs water because they want the pigs to have water. When they spray that stuff into the trailer, that gives the meat packer the option to decline the load because they don't know what it's contaminated with. So basically they would unload all the hogs, brand them or mark them, reload them all back on the trailer, and deny the load because they don't know if these activists sprayed arsenic in there to make some people sick or anything like that. So that's why they're giving them water when they try to see them at the stops. They don't care about these pigs. Yeah, that's why they do that. And when after watching that, you get in a couple of the behind the scenes meetings that people film inside of their little rev themselves up rallies before they go. And that's their logic. They know that the meat producer has the option and will use the option of denying the whole load because they don't know what chemicals or what they just gave those pigs. So they'll deny the whole load. Then not that I endorse death or anything like that, and I'm sure the lady didn't deserve it. But there was this one vegan activist. She's like dripping wet and 48 pounds and like 5 foot tall, real tiny little lady, and she obviously had the biggest pair amongst the group. So she's over there in the rally before the stream or whatever, telling them all, you guys just do this and I'll stop the truck and da 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 da. And I mean, itty bitty little lady, man. So this trucker's trying to pull in, and he's busy trying to watch the people in the back, so he's not running them over with his trailer while he's making this right hand turn. And this little midget of a woman gets in front of the truck to stop the truck. Well, you know, this guy couldn't see her. She didn't. She had the biggest pair. She didn't move, but this guy couldn't see her.
Roadkill.
It was, you know, and unfortunately, a human lost their life doing it, but give me a break. Hello, Charlene.
Charlene, what's up?
PA's always after that gold. Yeah, it is crazy. But if you got a Saturday or something where you're stuck at home, the weather's too bad to go out, hunt you down some of those videos and piss them off. It's one of those ones where you get so many replies, YouTube stops telling you about the replies, and you have to go back and
see them.
To go back and get all these replies to you, but they get mad, real mad. I was having a ball. I did it on a Saturday. We're walking into Walmart, and I'm just playing on my phone like a freaking millennial, laughing my ass off because they are just so mad. It was hilarious.
Next time you go on one, let me know, brother.
Oh, I bet. If I get bored, I'll shoot you a link to the comments. They are just absolutely hilarious because they really believe this stuff. You know, take a chemically altered substance to make up for your deficiencies that you're not getting from meat. You know, take this to make up for that. You know, eat this thing that's never supposed to be meant for human consumption. Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate the trucker ran her over and killed her, and you know you watched her little rev up thing she did, you know, her pep talk she did before it all that day, and you know she was a fiery little woman, but she had more balls than brains. You know, it's an unfortunate side effect. Who I feel worse for about the entire situation is the trucker. I mean, on a good day, this dude is part of the family that owns the farm, so maybe he makes a little bit of money. More than likely, he's just Joe Blow with a CDL who hauls hogs for him. You know, so he's living your basic middle class life, if even that. And he's got to live with the fact that he ran over him. Hopefully, he's got a strong mind on him and it doesn't hurt him. You know, but when you get into it, they claim they're there for the hogs or whatever, but you know the other people, farmers are fighting back, and that's the good thing. You got farmers. This is not just a singular activity that I picked out to do. Apparently, there's a lot of people in the country that have a good old time doing this. You know, they got the farmers on there. They're like, okay, you're worried about the hog's safety, and how hot it is in the trailers and all that. But you'll stop our trailers regularly for 10 or 15 minutes during your protest and keep them in the sun with no airflow. So like the trailer's meant to have airflow. You can have a good time. Another good one. I know I haven't told you guys about this. I was just cruising the internet one day and this video popped up to me about a tsunami safe pod. Obviously, I was intrigued. What the hell is a tsunami safe pod? This was probably a year or two after the Japan thing. What the hell is a tsunami safe pod? And you go on there, and these guys have built a tsunami safe pod. It's this little ball that you get into, and you basically strap yourself in like a race car chair. And it's got basic provisions in there. And there's a couple different sizes and all this. And you have these two guys talking about their invention. They were in Washington somewhere. The guys are actually referencing things out of Superman as fact, you know, just like in the Superman, you know, this is just how this do. And then the metal they built it out of, it was some unobtainium. It was the metal in the Superman book because I looked it up. It was like Trinidom or something like that. It was metal out of a Superman book, and they're claiming this stuff is made out of it, and it doesn't exist. But they're over there talking to people about how good is this. And it's like $80,000, and they're tricking people into buying them. I got in the comments there. We got them all pissed off and wound up too. It's like, okay, PA, if you heard a tsunami bell coming on right now, would you run to your garage, strap yourself in a little ball to be batted around wherever the hell it goes, like a ping pong? I mean, I can think of worse ways to die, but it would take me a minute because the tsunami doesn't care where you are. I mean, it's got its own little air pocket in there, and you know you're gonna be alive for 15 minutes or whatever. Okay, let's imagine this magical tsunami safe pod works. What the hell are you gonna do? Open this thing up and find out you're floating in the ocean, and you know, hey, hopefully somebody will come and get me because you know all the safety services, they're not doing anything at all.
Early Bill. What's up, Early Bill?
Bill, hello. Hope you don't have a tsunami safe pod.
Hey, Jackson.
Yeah, I forget. It was the metal out of the Superman comic is what they claimed it was built out of, and basically they renamed their own metal, and it was nuts. There was for extra money you could have a spot for your dog in there, so you could tie your dog in there too. Holy crap! I do not want to be in a ping pong ball with my freaking dog. That is not going to end well. Oh, that was good. That was good trolling too, though.
See what ATC said about the short one being a speed bump?
Yeah, I saw it. Oh,
That's
yeah,
not right.
those are hilarious. Hello, Wrench. No, Joseph was there's a short series about this family with the last name DYCK, and they are
Wrench sighting. Wrench. What's up, brother?
What's
Yeah.
happening?
You running some comms?
How's it going, everybody in chat?
How you doing, Wrench?
Good to
Yeah,
see you,
those are-
bro.
I'm doing.
Those are hilarious too. I watched this other one. It's GFC. The name of the channel is GFC. It means get cunt. He does some funny stuff. Are you kidding me? Curly Bill's mustache is a tsunami safe pod. I mean, if you actually get around and look, there are some absolutely hilarious things on YouTube because they just won't post them to you. And the problem is that some of these people believe that stuff.
Well, despite being made fun of, being as I live 3,000 feet above sea level, and I'm like 270 miles away from the ocean, I'm going to say that's going to be kind of a hard no on the tsunami.
If you got a tsunami wave hitting that hard, I don't think living's going to be one of your concerns to have. No, I don't know if you caught it when I was coming in. I was talking about different chats that I've got on and had some good troll battles with. Tsunami. These guys were selling a tsunami safe pod in Washington, and it was just ludicrous. It was hilarious. How's Wrench doing tonight? Oh, did you look it up, Vester? Let's see what the hell they're talking.
Muted because they're a bunch of boneheads.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hot. It is hot.
Oh, they're a little cheaper than I cost. The prices are down to $13,500 and $17,500 for the tsunami capsule.
That's still a lot of money there.
Ugh. I got my cider. I'm better now.
Oh, Shirley, and there's a lot to be learned just from watching the people. You know, PA's not talking about it or explaining what he's doing, but he's showing you how to properly use a sluice if you actually wanted to know, and he can run you through the process real quick.
Yep. Charlene comments a lot on my stuff. Appreciate you coming around, Charlie. So I got a recirculating sluice here. This bucket catches the cons. There's a cement tray here for the water with a pump in it. Shoots it up here, runs it down the sluice. So this is a micro mat up top, and this is a KP down the bottom. And I clean them out separately. Most of your gold should be caught right up in the top here. This catches any bigger pieces or any fines that get by the top. So you clean them out separately. John's got to set his up, Mr. Wrench, and go through his stuff. 40-pound boxes of dirt that he's been winning. Did he mute himself? Curly Bill, you there? Hello?
Sorry. Screaming at the kids again.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure you were there. Curly Bill,
Oh,
you
yeah.
down there?
I see him down there.
I thought something went wrong with my headset.
I can hear you, son. Bill, what are you doing? You sleeping?
No.
Oh, Dan was just talking to you. No, he's not frozen. He's moving his head.
Cool. No, I thought something went wrong with my headset.
Oh. No, we hear you. God damn it, I forgot to deposit my check again.
You don't stay alive as long as I have by moving around a lot.
And I was yelling at the kids because we have an air fryer, yet they like to throw stuff in the damn microwave, and they know I don't like it that way.
Mhm.
And they always do it. Oh, I gotta put a food order in. Let's see here. Wish they had alcohol there.
The Mrs. made Mac beef tonight. That's good. Something different for a change.
And it's a cart.
We got material in there.
Besides, if they don't like my mustache, that just means they're jealous.
Let's see. What is this?
Replaced all my plastic pitchers with glass pitchers.
Uh-oh. Don't be clumsy like me.
Just tired of drinking out of this plastic. What the hell is that?
You
Something
hear
keeps
that?
flying around like in my face. And it's getting mad. Whatever it is.
You got a friend.
Some kind of beetle or something. I don't know. Just don't fly in my ears, man. had a baseball coach that a beetle flew in his ear. And he couldn't get it out. Ended up in the hospital. It dug into his brain.
Mustache Bill, I was repeating comments. Oh, there's your good buddy Wrench or PA.
I saw that. I was happy to see him.
Look at that.
And you got Rock Butcher.
Yeah, Rock Butcher too.
Rock Butcher, Gentleman Prospector,
Mary.
Careless Whispers, Mary, Hobo Rob, Joseph Milton, Aqua Donkey.
Mary came in. We were talking about you earlier.
We were talking about you, Mary. We were actually being nice. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's past 6:30, so we can no longer do that. But we were.
We missed you. We missed you, Mary.
Nice, Vester.
Oh, Vester, Chop Shop.
Bastards coming down to Thermal City. 4th of July.
Nice.
Well, he's saying he just went through his Bayou Gold guy pay dirt too. Usually Bayou does a little bit more difficult bags, doesn't he? Does Bayou still do those hand-painted bottles on all those pay dirts?
I know I haven't gotten one yet, so it's on my list.
So how come you went from plastic to glass, Dan?
Because you get little pieces of microplastic in there when you stir it and stuff like that, and it just rubs off and gets in your drink, and then you're eating that stuff. So I went to glass.
Yeah, it takes a while for them to get that way, but yeah, they do.
I actually want to go to copper, but they're expensive. Like a 12-ounce glass, like tea glass, is $55 made out of copper.
I switched to the aluminum, like you get the keg cups. Well, I got them in aluminum.
Right? Yeah, I got stainless steel K cups. Not K cups, but coffee things right here. Stainless steel.
Mm. Don't mind me, I'm just putting an order in for food. Shopping. I hate going to the store. I'd rather pay somebody a few dollars and leave it at my front door than me go there and deal with people.
Mary, we've all missed you. Rocks, arrows, cars. Everybody's missed
Grenades.
you.
I missed you, Mary.
Nah, I'm kidding.
I can't read the comments, but I missed you, Mary.
I make sure the kids took their medicine. Hold on.
That's a PA sluice, boys.
Very nice. You're still making those, right?
Yeah, if anybody wants one, hit me up.
All things country says you need something in your background that moves, Curly Bill, like a hula doll or something, so we know your screen's not froze.
You stay still, you stay alive.
So I've been hanging out on Charlie's Live, digging it back. And I asked him to send me the link so that I can get one of them coin scopes, right? So he emailed me and asked me for my address. So I gave it to him. And he actually sent me one. Really, really cool, man.
Oh, you got tricked, PA.
That's cool. Yeah, I want to get one of them eventually.
You got tricked.
Yeah.
Now he's got your address. You better keep that truck empty.
Oh, shit. You're right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Damn, I got played, dude. Yeah, all I wanted was the link. You didn't have to send me one. I wanted to win one fair and square. That was very nice of him, man. Charlie rocks.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Cool. And these two out. See what we got here.
I've been giving Tweak his medicine. He's been doing good.
Oop.
Joseph was asking about Tweak.
Who's Tweak?
That the duck I have got sitting over here. I got to send him. Oh, there it is.
Johnny
Package of goodies.
Prospector, what's up?
In fact, I can do that right now. Mute.
Terrence Whispers is back. What's up, Whispers? Rock Butcher. See you, Charlene. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Go through these bigger mat here.
Not panning tonight, Wrench?
No, I'm fulfilling orders, or I should say, stuff I'm supposed to have sent out.
Oh.
He said
Now I
he'd
need to
get to
find my
it.
sticker.
He's getting to it. Like I said, I'm hoping not to find anything in this.
I don't know. Mary, not everybody has a broom and can fly like the wind and get things there like nothing. You know, the rest of us have to travel on roads, and that stuff takes a minute. Yeah, Rock Butcher, that's mine. I wear them out.
Let's read my list here.
I tried flying a broom one time, and that's when I found out I can't fly.
Check out
Mary
Mary's
for lessons.
I think Mary has a how-to video on it. It even shows you what kind of brooms for what kind of activity. You know, if you're just wanting a long distance travel, you want something comfortable. If you're looking for something a little more sporty,
Right? She even shows how to replace the bristles.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of like a pachyderm. Until they put hay in the cargo bay, I'm too fat to fly.
wow, they really like my squeaky chair.
In fact, the last time I flew, they asked me how much I weighed, and I said, "What do you need to know that for?" And they said, "Well, we don't put any more fuel in the plane than we need. We need an exact weight of what the plane weighs, so you figure out how much fuel." And I said, "Lady, just fill it up. I'm fat. I'll admit it."
I've never been on a plane.
Well, 3 times for me.
I've never had the need to be on a plane.
The second time I couldn't breathe right. I had to like calm myself down, man. I was like, "Whew, man." I guess from the pressure.
Well, it's a different altitude. I think they keep the planes right at like 7,000 or 8,000 feet of altitude in the cabin. Thomas 907, hello.
907's in the house.
Thomas.
Rock Butcher says he flew on a regional flight one time. They asked the bigger guys in the plane to go sit up front and move the smaller people to the back to balance out the load.
This kind of just food order. Spinny break.
I guess Culver has a little anxiety on planes.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about flying out to Cali for the UBIT, but now I don't have to go. So we ain't got to worry about that no more.
Not until next year.
I'm feeling better though. I've been taking this elixir that I've been making. This tea for my lungs, and it seems to be clearing me out, which is cool.
Well, is it your elixir, or is it your higher activity level that you're getting when you're shoveling out there prospecting? Because I know you
that too.
I know you probably went pretty dormant during the pandemic or whatever. We all did. We all got fatter and lazier, and you got to work yourself back out of that.
Oh no, I was working during that. I didn't even stay home one day, dude. That was one piece of gold. One little fly poop in there.
All things.
Yeah, I was building medical facilities at the time. And they were like, we need more doctor's offices. We need more doctor's offices. I was laughing at the lady because you know me, I don't believe in that crap. So she was like, yeah, we're going to need this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you're going to need it, all right. One little fly poop. Can't even see that, baby. Sit out of the bigs.
No.
But yeah, I had a letter. I had a letter from the hospitals that if I got pulled over when everybody was home, they would have let me go because I was building doctor's offices. I was special, laughing my ass off every day. But I'll tell you what, it was the best driving I ever did in my life.
Oh yeah.
There was nobody out there except for maybe one or two people.
See, I live in an entire town full of essential workers. Other than the waitresses and restaurants, everything just continued like normal. All the retail was open. All the jobs kept going.
Yep.
It wasn't
It
bad.
was really weird here. It was really, really weird here, man. Like nobody was out. The roads were empty. The city was empty. The city was beautiful because there wasn't a bunch of morons around.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It was quiet. The only people out in the city when I went down there one day was the homeless people. They were the only people out.
No, ours kept running like normal. You couldn't even tell.
It was the best, during then because there was nobody on the roads. Oh, I loved it. I could make it to work in 15 minutes.
I was out walking around Valley Forge.
Yeah, I
It
didn't
was
get
the
a snow day off.
opposite here because when it hit here, they practically laid everybody off, and then all that COVID help came in, so they were like handing people money, and everybody was traveling. And I mean, like I'd go to work, and I said, "What the hell's going on?" I said, "Oregon and Idaho traffic's never been this bad." And they said, Well, it's COVID. They handed everybody a bunch of money not to go to work.
You
Now
should have seen.
everybody's traveling.
You should have seen my local Walmart the day the first rounds of checks showed up. There were people racing around that store with baskets buying $50 pillows. They cleaned the damn place out.
Yeah.
Walmart was all against doing the handouts until they saw the repercussions of that. And then when they were talking about the second wave of handouts, Walmart was all for that.
Oh, the TV's flying off the shelf, all that stuff.
Everything.
It's funny. I was telling you, I was building that doctor's office, right? 7 months later, the thing was still empty. Hurry up! Get it done. We're gonna need it. COVID. I was laughing at the lady. 7 months later, the place was still empty. I started riding around doing videos, going in emergency rooms, and doing Facebook lives, not Facebook, doing lives that the hospital's being empty. I'm like, where's all the patients at? And then I would go out into the back of the hospital and look for the trucks with all the dead bodies. Nothing, nowhere. I check like a different hospital every other day.
Marker.
Definition of golden here is that.
Benzo. What else we got? Mary. There's her ducky. Package.
Hi, Mary.
Envelope. There we go. Curly Bill got one coming. We got this one.
Ooh.
Hey, that's 3 gold vlog stickers I got. Huh. Look at that. Next is John Iron mystery bag.
In fact, earlier this year when I finally caught COVID, at the time COVID came out, I just got out of the hospital after having open heart surgery. And I wasn't home very long after open heart surgery, so I went back to work.
Have a nice night, Carlos.
And
Good night, Carlos.
but earlier this year when I caught it, I
Bunch of fines and that nice little flight there.
actually the kid that I was working with, he kept calling me and he said, "How come you ain't at work?" I said, "Well, I'm too sick." He said, what's wrong with you? And I said, I don't know. I said, I got the flu, I got the pneumonia, I got something. And he said, if you don't call an ambulance today, he says, I'm going to call one for you. And I said, you might as well start dialing because I ain't going to call one. And like 10 minutes later, somebody's knocking out my door. And so I got up and I answered. And it was an ambulance. I said, what do you want? And they said, you know somebody named by the name of Dwayne? I said, yeah. That's what he called. Because you're sick. I said, yeah. I'm sickest I ever been. I said, sit down. We're going to take your blood pressure. So they took my blood pressure and they said, your blood pressure's high. And I said, yeah, I know. They said, well, you don't talk so good. Yeah, I know that too. Well, we're going to take you into the ER. I said, all right. Well, they stood me up and the second ambulance showed up. And they said, well, we're out of Grand and not out of North Powder. So they said, we'll take him in. So they threw me in the ambulance, took me down there. They get to the ER and I have a male nurse. So they take me out of the ambulance. I said, can you get up? I said, yeah. So I get up. And this guy's got this wheelchair, and as soon as I get up, he says, turn around, sit down. So I sit down, and he wheels me into the ER. So anyway, they give me a COVID test. They give me a ammonia test. They give me a flu test. They give me every test they could have. And then they kind of stopped you and go, well, I didn't tell you this, but he said, you got COVID-19.
Sure they did.
Right. And he said, well, where are we going from here? He said, I don't know. We got to have a meeting about that. All right. So he leaves. And then this man comes back in. He said, and they put IVs in me and everything. He starts taking IVs out. And he said, well, are you about ready? And I said, about ready for what? He said, we're going to send you home. And I said, well, I remember the year 2020. I said, this is 2024. I said, ain't you going to put me in the hospital? And he said, no. So we're going to send you home.
Right?
I said, all right. And he says, when I get these IVs pulled out, he said, you can get dressed and everything. And he said, when you're ready, just walk out the door. And I said, all right. So I'm still getting dressed. And he comes back in. He goes, he said, I'm so sorry. He said, you came in here by ambulance, didn't you? And I said, yeah. He said, well, I forgot about that. He said, you have a ride home? He said, how far away do you live from here? And I said, 20 miles. He said, well, I'm sorry. He said, I forgot you come in here by ambulance. He said, you find a way home? And I said, well, everybody I know has a job. So I said, I don't know. I said, I can call around. And I said, how'd you forget that I came in here by ambulance? And he says, well, I just recently came on duty. So he said, I could have missed that. And I said, dude, you were the one that wheeled me in from the ambulance into here, into the ER. I said, how did you forget that? And he goes, oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
I gotta find my stickers. All my packages are ready.
So he disappears. And then when he wheeled me in, he wasn't wearing no mask. As soon as he knew that I had COVID-19, he told me he come in wearing a mask. So he leaves. They sent the secretary in there because whatever medication they were going to give me, LeGrand did not have. Nobody had it in LeGrand. She said, I need your paperwork back because she said, I got to change it. And she wasn't wearing a mask. And so I asked her, I said, how come you're wearing a mask? Everybody else is wearing a mask and you aren't either. She said, well, I got the shot. She said, did you get the shot? And I said, no, I didn't. And she said, well, why didn't you? And I said, because my cardiologist told me not to. Oh, that's a pretty good reason. So then she come back in 5 minutes later, not wearing a mask, hands me the right paperwork. And then the male nurse, he comes back in. He said, did you find a ride home yet? And I said, yeah, I think so. I said, I called my sister-in-law. And she ain't brave enough to go get me, but she called me a taxi. And he said, we have a taxi service in LeGrand.
Hi, Grandma Kelly.
I said, I'm hoping they do now. He said, well, you
Hey,
just
Kelly.
stay right here. He says, if taxi don't show up here pretty soon, he said, we'll figure something out. I said, all right. Pretty soon, somebody showed up and said, hey, we're looking for somebody named Curly Bill. We're going to take him home. And I guess they actually looked shocked because the guy driving, and it wasn't a taxi. This guy was driving like a newer Jeep. And
Probably your
so
Uber
we
or
get
something.
in there, and this guy's like driving around, and he goes by like 3 different streets to take us to the freeway. And I'm kind of looking at the guy, and I wonder what the hell's wrong with him. And they were doing work on the hospital. They were building a whole new wing. So we go by the construction. He said, yeah, I used to work construction. He said, these guys ain't done it right, and this and that. And then we go by a house under construction. He said, yeah, he said, I used to work house construction too. They ain't doing it right. So he said, what do you do for a living? And I said, well, I used to drive truck for a living. I said, now I just work on trucks. And he said, oh, yeah, I used to drive truck. And I thought, well, I see how this is working out, because every time we go buy something or I answer a question, he's going to say, oh, yeah, I used to do that. They're doing it wrong. So he drives all the way through LeGrand. We get down to the end. He goes, well, where are we going? And I said, well, we're supposed to be going to North Powder, which is 20 miles from here. And I said, you ain't going nowhere near that. And he said, I thought I was supposed to take you to Elgin, Oregon, which is 20 miles the wrong way. And I said, no. I said, I need to go home. Oh, all right. He said, well, I'll take you home. And he says, well, we're going to have to turn around and go through town. I said, no, just take the next right. You come out truck stop. And I said, once you get to the truck stop, you can get on the freeway. Okay. So we get down to the truck stop, and he said, yeah, I remember when I used to drive over the road. And I thought, oh, holy shit, here we go again. And so then I give him directions on how to get to my house. We finally get to my house. He said, I thought you lived in downtown North Powder. And I said, no, I live outside of North Powder. All right.
Look at that nugget.
Holy cow.
So was he an Uber? This CoinScope's badass, man.
He wasn't really a Uber. I think he was a laid off person. And his wife was saying that they were doing that because he was laid off. She was saying, well, we started this taxi service because there ain't one in LeGrand. And so anyway, this guy comes down the driveway, drives right past the house. And he's like driving out in a wheat field out there. And he's, where is it exactly where you want to go? And I said, back there at my house, like a quarter mile. Oh. So where are we at now? So you're out in the middle of the wheat field. I said, you're lucky my landlord ain't here. I said, he would have shot you by now. So he turns me around, brings me back to the house.
Richard,
I
what's
walked through
going
the
on?
door, I grabbed my phone and I dialed up my sister-in-law and I said, where in the hell did you find this drug addict at? And I said, how much did you pay for it? And she says, don't worry about it. It's a gift. And she said, what do you mean drug addict? And I said, this guy makes less sense than all the people I know added together.
David Maynard.
David Maynard, what's going on, brother? So
How's
yeah,
things
man,
going
this
with your brother, David?
Scoring scope's badass. Yeah, that's a nice piece, Rock. Definitely a nice piece of gold, man. Link's pinned to the
Big
top
enough
if
to pay
anybody
for a
wants to come up.
transmission.
So I don't know. I might have told you guys this, but Charlie, he was giving these away, and my friend Buddy Biggs got one. Oh, Buddy Biggs is coming to Maine, Wrench.
He
Wrench
is.
ain't there.
I sent him information about it a while ago.
Yeah, he's coming. He said he's definitely coming. So
Nice.
get another
Yeah.
one.
Hey, he's more than welcome. All he's got to do is just, whatever his day passes. The site's paid for everybody.
Yep.
You and me are on it. I got to add Heath
Kyle's
to
coming,
it.
right?
Yes. I already heard a lot of flack about that. You're taking him out of school for that many days?
We got to find that gold. We need somebody to dig for us.
I know. I need someone to run my dredge.
You,
David Maynard, how you doing, buddy? Hope all's well. Whew, I got to get something to drink. It was hot out there. I'll be right with you in 1 second. Keep the troops entertained.
didn't take long to run him off, did it?
Who, me?
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
I just knocked over a whole bunch of stuff.
it is hot as hell out here.
I give up.
I think I'm going to go pick that air conditioner up for this room.
I've got one for this room. I can't put it in because some dummy decided to buy a monster TV and there's now no room for the damn air conditioner.
Wonder who that could have been.
Yeah, I know.
A3 Sky Warrior, hello.
Richard. Richard, please come up to PA. We need some rain, man. So this Himalayan pink salt says 80 different minerals in it.
It's 7:30 at night. It's still 100 here, you guys.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Zach's chair.
I guess.
That was my refrigerator door squeaking.
Hello, Dotard.
Oh, sorry, what's up, man?
Thoughts on Seattle? What happened in Seattle?
So tart.
Pretty much, David.
There's a lot that happens in Seattle. I used to deliver there quite often.
I don't see anything in the news, so I'm not sure what they're referring to.
Yeah. No clue. Everything got quiet. Oh, there it is. Everything got quiet. Swamp dog. What's up?
Dotard. Thoughts on Seattle? What are your thoughts on Seattle, Dotard?
Backbreaking, he says it's so hot the crackheads are putting the copper back in the air conditioners.
Personally, I think, never mind. Let me keep it to myself.
I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Sounds like my earbuds are dying. Switch over before I hit the.
The whole,
All right.
the whole West Coast is just screwed into a drug sewer.
Joseph said it for me.
All right.
You're confusing Grandma Kelly. Yeah.
Hi, Grandma Kelly.
I was going to give him my thoughts on Seattle, and then I said, let me keep it to myself. And then Joseph answered for me. I feel like I need another shower again being out there.
Yeah. That is the good thing about the desert. At least it's dry.
Thank you, Joseph.
All things. I used to like those little popcorn tins you used to get where you cook it over the stove and the top blew up. Those were fun when I was a kid.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta yell at some children and grandchildren here.
All things country. You know who makes a mean bag of popcorn? Richard and his boy, A3 Sky Warrior. They made
Jiffy
kettle
Pop.
corn. They made kettle corn at Freedom Fest. It was banging. Oh, my wife's got to stop buying these sweet things.
Well, you have to stop eating them for her to stop buying them.
If they're not here, I won't eat them. Angel fruit cake is good though. Head corn,
Yes.
Richard called it. I didn't do the fruit toppings that she made though. No, it's too much sugar. How you making out, John? You getting there? You're on mute. mute, dog.
Oh, I know I am. I'm yelling at the
Okay.
kids.
This Patriot made strawberries and sugar to put on top of it, and blueberries with sugar to put on top of it. So I'm going to the depot tomorrow, and I'm buying a lime and a peach tree, and I'm going to plant them. Or a lime and a lemon tree. I'm sorry, I already have a peach tree. Not doing too well because the deers keep eating it. So I got to get a fence around it.
At your house?
Yeah.
I should just make a deer trap and save a bullet.
You know, I was sitting out on there. I was sitting out there for 4 nights in a row because this deer kept coming in the yard. And as soon as I was sitting out there all night long with my crossbow waiting for him to come out. And he never came around. So 2 days later, I'm out cutting the grass. What comes running through the yard? The deer. Like, you son of a bitch. Nice eye, too. All right, man. Keg corn. I saw that.
I'd be eating that deer.
Yeah, right? Fill that freezer up for a year, bro.
I watched one thing they were talking about this whatever town somewhere up north. During deer season, all the deer would come and hang out in town because it was safe because people couldn't shoot them. Like, so you'll drive through town. There's 50 deer in town. And you go out the woods all day. You couldn't find a deer nowhere, and it's illegal to shoot the deer from your truck in town or whatever, unless you're handicapped. If you're handicapped, then it's legal to shoot deer through a truck. Hello, Faye.
I remember we used to go up to Bradford County all the time, and we would go to, there's a place called Wyalusing up here, and it's like the center place of the small towns up here. And they had a hotel and all that, and there was a bar in the bottom of the hotel, and we were friends with the owner. And we used to go there and get shit faced, man, before we went hunting, like before we went hunting. And we're driving back to the campsite, and there's monster buck in the field, man. And my buddy Chuck just pulls out his 9, man. He looks at him, and I said, Chuck, he pulled right in the field and had the lights on him. And he's like, he went just like that. He didn't shoot the gun, he just went, and then, of course, we didn't see that thing the next morning.
Of course not.
Yeah. But I was like, I thought he was going to dust him right there, dude. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, an hour before it was first light, hour and a half before first light.
Grab it and go.
He was like, he just went.
U11 upright.
U11, what's up?
Interesting name.
U11's been in here quite a few times. Quite a few times for U11.
No clue. I might just be a space cadet.
Hawk Butcher says the COs take a dim view on jack lighting.
Right back, Bacon. Deer was reading that deer was reading his watch, dude. He knew what time it was.
You can think they're stupid, but they learn.
Right?
They know what hours they're in danger.
Yeah, they got a 20-mile loop that they do every day. A deer. You get on that loop, you'll get one. You know what I mean? Little tracking, little this and that. You follow them around during the day, and you'll know where they're at come the next morning.
That's what's nice about my town. I could just feed them. I could legally bait them.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's pretty cool, BB. Had permission to hunt 50 acres, anything but the owner's turkeys he fed.
Yeah, Mary, I'm dumb as a box of rocks, I assure you.
What, Rock Butcher? Are you serious, dude? Wow. Robot deer.
See, you know,
Yeah, I hear that. Yep. Get rid
that's
of the
kind of
guy
the
who
stupid thing about Canada. I assure you, Canada has enough deer, moose, and elk to feed their entire population without having to restrict the hunting that much. Here's a good one. Here's a good one for you. Liberal logic. There's some island over on New York. Uh, Deer had taken over the island. It's a prohibited island. You can't build anything there or anything like that. I don't know which one it was, but there's an island out there. The deer had taken over the island. There was some grotesque number of deer, and the New Yorkers were trying to figure out how to reduce the population of deer out there, so that the island wasn't so overrun, so all the deer had plenty to eat and all that. Uh, what they come up with is they're going to fly biologists out there and give X number of the male deers vasectomies so that they stop breeding quite as fast at a cost of just hugely expensive. I mean, they could run a raffle for the chances to go out to that island and hunt, and the guys
Right?
would pay big money for those pristine, unscrewed with deer, and they wouldn't waste them. They would eat them.
Right.
You know, the city could do that and feed the meat to the homeless. What of all your solutions, all you can think of is how to spend and be. Oh, we can't let word get out that we're letting the hunters shoot them.
Vegans. Ah. Man, I'm pretty stoked about this coin scope. So cool.
Should be.
Charlie hooked it up. Big shout out to Charlie and digging it back. Ranch,
Well,
15 acres, 130 grand, with a gold mine on it and a creek.
where?
North Carolina.
Yeah, John Bob, that's all they got to do.
I saw the notice in the window at Lucky Strike, and it's over in Nebo, which is about 10 or 15 miles away.
Is there any assays done or any,
That I don't know, but if it's got a creek on it and there's a gold mine there, there's got to be some gold in the creek.
now you're tempted me.
After myself, dude, like, you know, I wish I
You got
wasn't freaking laid off.
you got to realize anything that was mined for gold has gold. Just because the mine didn't
Right.
pan out doesn't mean that it's not plenty of gold for the hobbyist.
Yeah, but
And
it's
then,
still worth to go in there. And I mean, I don't know if there's how much shoring or how much needs to be done on it.
Well, but it doesn't matter for the hobbyist. They found gold.
pull that camper right up on that bitch. Boom, we're here.
I know. I understand that. I'm just saying I don't want to go broke trying to do my hobby.
Oh, no doubt about that.
John Bob, you hit it right on the head. It's in Nebo. I mean, we uh, if I was to get it, or we get it, or something. All right, Richard, be good, brother.
All right, A3S. I'll go
Take care.
watch.
Um, we could rent it out for weekends for people to camp there.
Don't get me wrong. I'm definitely interested. I'm just, worried about that fact of the maintenance and stuff and the legal fees of having people stay there. I mean, if they go camping there, it's one thing. I mean, you start letting people in a mine, that's a whole other thing. But I mean, for us, it's a different story because we own it. We don't care.
Right. All we need is a clearing, dude, to park our campers. Yeah. You're right, Joseph. I would move there in a heartbeat. I'd be out of this place if Mrs. Patriot didn't want to leave the grandkids. I'd be gone. It's the only reason I'm still here. Rose
I mean,
prospecting in the house.
Jeffro! I mean, that sounds awesome. I mean, I'd love to go there. You know, it's for me, that'd be like, I'd just take the freaking winter off. See you later. I'm done with the work in the winter. Yeah, I'll do my extra hours. I'll work a lot during the summer and see
But
you later.
that whole area down there, all things country, is full of gold, man. There's gold in every creek down there. In them mountains. Not full, but for the hobbyists, it would be a good deal, you know.
Definitely get my attention.
Telling you, if I wasn't laid off, dude, it would have been a done deal. I'd already have the paperwork going and all.
I've been working on building my credit up. I had some issues that came up that the town screwed my credit up, and I didn't realize it. And I let it go to shit. And by the time I was able to fix it, well, the damage is already done.
Takes a lot longer to bring it back up than it does to run it down. That's for sure.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I just opened up. I don't know how many credit cards the past couple months here. Just it's building credit, and they're all good cards. And one of them's 5% interest or 5% cash back, and all this. I was like, oh shit.
If you already have a couple open, don't open anymore. You want to get your
I
agent
burnt-
credit history up.
Well, I only had one.
I burned them
now
up, dude. I cut
So
them
you
all
got
up,
three
all
more?
my credit cards.
So I got 3. I figure I, carry about a 10% balance in each one, and that's it. You just keep working on, put a couple things on, pay it down, keep 10%, up, down.
Believe it or not, I built my credit up with PayPal.
Yeah, they don't like.
I got my PayPal account, and I always paid everything off before the 6 months was up, and got it done, man. And it shot my credit up big time.
Later, Rock Butcher.
Hey, Rock,
Rock, thanks for stopping in.
So, John Bob, how you feeling? Everything going better? On the up and up, at least.
Where are you at, John Bob?
North Carolina.
Why is it a collector's item, ATC?
Yeah, I had to discover it, so it's a rewards card. I mean, I don't have crazy limits. I mean, but still.
That's why it's important to get your credit up and keep it up. You got McKelly. You can't have no credit, then no income, and then try to build your credit. It's ridiculous. You have to get your credit up and keep it up.
Well, now they make some money. They see that and they're like, "Oh, well, we'll give you credit now."
Right.
It's just a thing of only using it for a limit. Using enough of it, not too much of it.
Yeah.
Limiting yourself.
So I tried to get monetized, and it won't let me do it.
Why not?
I don't know. It keeps telling me the get notified, right, where it says apply, and then I click it, and it sends me an email and says I'm eligible, and I can't get it to let me apply on my tablet
Go
or
to a
my
computer,
phone. I don't have one.
borrow one.
What's that? What don't you
I
have?
don't have I don't have a computer.
Mrs. PA doesn't have one.
No, we just have the tablets that come with the phone. They're just like computers.
I mean, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to, but sometimes the tablets and phones, they just don't do what a PC does.
Right, Jeff?
Oh, I got my laptop. I mean, you can sit there and do it over the phone for you. You can do it one day.
I mean, at this point with my hours, it's only super chats and stuff like that. But
Oh yeah, that's all I'd be able to get is just membership. Oh, memberships, I think only for me.
I'm just not
I'm
getting
not
the
even,
hours.
I mean, I don't even have enough subscribers, so
Yeah, Graham Kelly.
I just care about having fun with everybody.
There's definitely different functions an actual computer will do that tablets can't. Says Swamp Dog.
There is.
Yep.
Good seeing you, Jeff. Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
Georgianne. Yeah, you there?
Yeah, get better, brother. We're all rooting for you. Sending prayers to you.
Oh, Virginia, West Virginia. He's in. John Brown.
West Virginia, Mount Mama. Man, you could have came out to. Oh, you're hurt. That's right.
Put it through in the back of the truck for the ride.
Right. Strapped him down with the cargo net.
I would have made room in the back seat. I think he's older than me, so
It's a little better than a penny for every million, all things, but it ain't. YouTube monetization is nothing to look forward to for ad revenue.
Right.
The reality is, if you spent a quarter of the time you spent on trying to make videos, trying to figure out how to make money somehow, recycling cans, doing a craft, anything like that, you'd make more than you'd ever would off of YouTube. None of us are ever going to have a big one. I mean, I think Brewers monetized. I know Graham Kelly's monetized. Everybody I talk to, they make pennies.
Then you're rich, Joseph Knowlton. If everything's paid for, you're rich, brother.
Yeah, Brewer puts it right there. 1,000 views will get you 3 cents.
Damn it, Saxon, ruined my dreams.
Well, we were on a chat with Monardo Rob, and he was doing something on his phone, and his monetization came up what he was getting paid off of YouTube, and he decided to show us. He says, "This is what I make," and there was probably 20 or 30 people in the chat, and he showed us his daily incomes from YouTube. And I was like, wow. He probably used more than that in electricity processing the videos.
yeah, sounds about right.
Kelly said you don't make money until you're over 100,000 subs.
You need the views. The subs don't even mean anything. You just need the views. If people aren't viewing it, you're not going to earn it. And you need quality views that are watching them, not people who are going to click on it, say thank you, or say hello or whatever as a chat and act like they watched the video and clicked off. You need people who are watching the videos.
Holy shit.
But
71 subs since last night. Wow.
Yeah.
1921. You know what that means? 2,000 sub giveaway.
you just hit 1,500 not long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, whatever you're doing, keep it up.
I just dropping my shorts. I did the bacon pancakes video today, dude. That was funny.
Yeah, what?
The birds on the shoulder. Bacon pancake, bacon pancake, bacon pancake. 9,000 views.
Last week, I still haven't even seasoned it yet.
9,000 views, man. I just did it yesterday. 9,000 views in 20 hours.
I don't get your shorts.
Ooh, shit.
It's funny. It's a gray and white bird. It looks like a stuffed animal, but it's a bird. And the lady says, bacon pancakes? And the bird goes, bacon pancakes? And then she starts singing, making bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. And the bird goes, making bacon, 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 bacon. It's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was stagnant there for a while. And then boom, shot up again.
I quit putting up shorts, and I'm only doing videos when I go for explorers. But I'm not doing it for the money or even a dream of getting the money.
Top Dog said, slow down on putting out shorts. But if you do them, if Kelly told me you do them consistently. You do them at the same time every day. You drop 2 of them. And I started doing them at 12 and 6. And then as soon as I started doing that, I've gotten over 600 subs in like the last 2.5 months.
Yeah, it works. When I was doing them, I went up over 3,000 subs in a year.
Yeah, my hours shot up too. I went from 2,000 hours to over 3,000. Kelly said, just do shorts, nothing else.
Yeah. If you care about your channel, post shorts.
I got a lot of help from Kelly. Kelly knows what's up. You want help with your channel, reach out to her. She'll help you. She's awesome. I don't know about that all things country because my hours shot up once I started doing shorts. When I was getting 15, 20,000 views on my shorts, I started getting more hours.
Well, the shorts show a lot of hours, but they don't count towards monetized.
On the earn tab, they're there. The hours are there, unless everybody started watching my old vids. I mean, I do have 1,000 vids.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the subs are sticking too. They're not going. I was at 1850. I was at 1850 last night, and 2 weeks before that, 1855, and then I lost 5, and then boom, shot up 71 overnight.
Yeah.
So there was a new guy I was checking out. He got a tabletop saw, tabletop sander. It's a 4-inch disc sander. It's on like a silver box with a 4-inch disc on the top that spins. And he was polishing rocks with it. You know, he went from 400 grit sandpaper all the way to 2,000, and it worked pretty damn good, man. So I was thinking, and they're only $55 on Amazon. They're variable speed, right? So I figured I'm gonna get one of them and start working on some knife handles. Yeah, pretty cool, man. $55.
Yeah, I'm apparently getting a lot of views on my JB Weld short.
See, I didn't see that. Is that new?
No. The fucking morons are arguing with me about whether or not JB Weld works on gas tanks. And I know for a fact it doesn't. JB Weld breaks down on gas tanks because I've done it. And I've seen hundreds of people do it. JB Weld does not last on a gas tank, especially a plastic one. But all the
Gas
internet...
eats it, right?
Huh?
The gas eats it, right?
Yeah, gas eats JB Weld. You have to get the JB Weld for fuel tanks for it to last on gas. And all the... Apparently, you would be real surprised at the number of people that are driving around with their cars held together with JB Weld. I mean, this is the I just logged on to my comments. This is 11 days ago. This is one dude's answer. You can fix almost anything with JB Weld. Not even joking. Down to a cracked transmission bell housing or externally cracked engine block, transfer cases, differential housings, non-load bearing brackets, exhaust systems. You can't use JB Weld up on the exhaust. You can use it on the lower part of the exhaust, but if you're up by the headers, it'll burn it off in no time flat. Body panels and even gas tanks. I've used JB Weld stick and metal reinforcement on so many different applications that it shouldn't have been used for and worked so much better than expected. I'm about to try and use it to put my life back together. It's just the number of people that want to argue with me about whether or not JB Weld will work on a gas tank, especially a plastic gas tank, is ridiculous because I've seen it not work. I know it doesn't work. I've tried it and it doesn't work. If you're trying to get through smog or something and you know where the evap leak is, you can clean it up. You can JB Weld it, let it cure. It'll seal long enough to get a car through smog, but it will start leaking 6 months, a year, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny to watch people argue with you about things that you know, and you know. You know, one dude was trying to tell me how I was a broke ass, never going to be anything in life, and he was a yacht captain and this and that, and his whole truck's held together. His 4Runner has 300,000 miles, and I've used JB Weld to fix all kinds of things on it. And he was trying to talk down on me about how bad my life is. I'm like, dude, if you're doing so great in life, why you drive a 300,000 mile Toyota 4Runner that's held together with JB Weld?
Right.
I don't own anything with 300,000 miles. I don't own anything with 200,000 miles. And it's just hilarious. Then people come to his defense because I try to play reasonably nice in my comments for a little bit until you're just fucking annoying me. Or the same people say the same thing 100 times.
HD, what's up?
Hello, HD.
Yeah,
HD.
definitely, dude. Somebody's arguing with you, telling you he's rich and he's JB welding his shit together. That's pretty messed up.
They're telling me how much more he makes from me because he's some kind of I forget what he said. It was a plumber or a welder or something. A solid middle class income if he's doing it correctly. But you're not exactly rolling in the fucking money, bud. And you don't know what I have, got, or can't, or don't show. No, I know it appears that I'm in a absolute palace back here, but I don't show what I have. Nobody can say I've shorted them on anything or owe them anything. I can assure you of that. So it's just funny listening to the trolls. I actually find it quite entertaining. But the reality is, if I would have never touched YouTube and never started doing my stupid car shorts, I would have made more money than I'll ever make on YouTube in my life. Yeah, HD, get rich being a cheap ass. I don't care.
Get gas poisons in the house.
It does not affect me that somebody drives a nicer car, wears more expensive shoes, or has nicer clothes than me. Not one bit. I actually look down on them, even though they look better than me. But I think worse of a person because I'm like, you really value one of my wife's friends. I'm Southern California, so everybody here is tattooed to the hilt. 90% of people are sporting big tattoos. But one of my wife's friends, we were talking about it one day, and she was actually bragging about how much money she spent on tattoos, like it raised her value as a person. Like it's a paint job on a car. I've got thousands of dollars worth of ink on me. I'm like,
you just wasted all that money.
Oh, I didn't. I mean, yeah, I told her she wasted all her money, but I'm thinking back. I'm like, yeah, weren't you the ones that had trouble making the electric bill last month, and you were asking people? It's nuts. Joseph, we can translate it real quick. I know he says opinions. I think he's asking to make opinions on Mexicans from Ecuador. Let me see.
No comprende.
The reality is Mexicans don't like Ecuadorians. Oh,
nope.
He said he says opinions on Prince Edward Island mussels.
How did you
shit!
convert that?
I went Portuguese. Hold on, let me change that. That don't make sense at all. Yeah, same thing. Opinion on Prince Edward Island mussels. Whatever all that means.
No comprende.
I would have told him thanks, all things. I'd have been like, thanks. Self-employment, I'm unemployed right now.
You tell them thank you very much.
Wants to know our favorite kind of Southern rock.
Is it?
Where'd HD go? Did he leave or is he sitting in the basement?
No one's in the basement.
I don't think he has a basement.
No, I meant in the basement on the channel.
I think he's got a crawl space. When I got my tattoos, I wanted to make sure that I could hide them so that people would hire me. That's just my thinking as an '80s kid.
I try to express that to my children, and it's like my older one doesn't understand, my wife doesn't understand. I try to explain that to them. Some of the regional managers for some of the parts houses up here, one of them in particular, this dude looks as professional as you could imagine. He lifts up his shirt above his farmer tan line. This dude is sleeved up from the sleeves all the way up, down all the way back. He says, "You saw me at the river, you wouldn't recognize me." But from the shirt line down, he's as professional as it can get.
I mean, I got a tattoo from here to here.
Yeah, That's shirt line up.
Over here, shirt line up, yeah. And then I got
Nothing wrong
a
with them.
couple.
You can
One
hide
on
them.
my cast.
You can be presentable.
Yeah, I love seeing the videos where the people got tattoos all over their face and say, "I can't get a job. What's wrong with people? They won't hire me." And I'm just thinking, like, uh,
I think
who
one reason.
possessed you? What possessed you to put a freaking tattoo across your forehead that says "Don't hire me"?
Well, I mean, especially the young ones. As you get older, uh, you get like HD just typed right there. As you get older, you get skills and you create value to yourself. You know, it's like it doesn't matter that he's a grumpy fucking asshole. He can make anything run. Or you know, he's a grumpy old electrician. Just leave him the hell alone. He's going to do what he does. They have skills and value. But when you have no skills and value in life yet, and you're working fast food, and you immediately sentence yourself to being less than presentable, I don't personally like tattoos. You know, if I called a service worker, a plumber, into my house, and they show up tattooed on their face, and personally, I see them as a lot of lack of self-respect. Uh, I'm sorry, I don't need your services. I don't want somebody who looks like they're fresh out of prison coming and working on my house. Or I don't want to date them. I don't want to. It's stupid. My brother-in-laws are tattooed to the fucking gills. Whatever. I mean, that's their choice, but it is what it is.
Joseph Nolan said, "My dad warned me on tats too. He said, if you do messed up stuff, you'll be identified by your tats."
Well, you are. You are.
I'm getting there, Grandma. I'm almost at 1,000,000.
I mean, I make fun of my daughter because she wanted to get a second earring piercing or whatever, and I'm like, ew. Telling her I didn't want to do it. I said, "What do you?" I said, "You should, and then you can get a little chain, and you can run it from this one to that one, and you can run it from your nose, and then over to your other ear, and you have a little chain, you know, across your face." Whatever, Dad. That's what I think of them.
I was a little different with my daughter. I said to her, because this was back in the 90s, you know what I mean? I said, if you get a nose ring, I'm going to tear it out. She said, no, you won't. I mean, I wouldn't have. I was just saying it. I said, I'm just going to pull it right out.
Yeah, the
She's
problem
like,
is the
you're
example.
mean, Dad. You're
The
mean,
problem,
Dad.
the problem is
I
the
said,
example that I have set for him that just walked by has all that same shit, and it's like, oh,
then I explained to her, I said, you might take a chance in making yourself unhireable if you start sticking stuff in your face, putting tattoos on your face, anything ridiculous like that, and you might not have a chance at getting a great job because of it. I said, do you want that for yourself? I said, go get your nose ring. I said, I'm still going to pull it out though. It was like a joke, you know what I mean? I wasn't being real serious.
I tried
And
saying that to my kid many times.
she didn't get it. I was so thankful that she didn't get it. You know what I mean? I mean, she ended up getting her belly button pierced. Both of my daughters did, but
there's nothing you
you know,
can do for it. You just try and encourage him in the right direction.
right.
It's annoying shit to me
You
though.
you can, and I said to him, I said, you need to be able to hide it so that you can go out and work in the world without people looking at you and saying, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" You know what I mean? And luckily they listened. Thank God.
I mean, Joseph Norton brings up that one. Yeah, no regrets. I just watched that one this morning. All things that was funny. He was saying. Uh, I don't know if you guys do it out here. Out here, they have a thing they call ear stretching, where they put their big old giant like
Gauges in there.
huh?
They're called gauges.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah, no.
you see them out here sometimes. They're huge. They're massive, and it's like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, it was hot as balls here today. It had 90% humidity and it was 94 degrees.
Yeah. Gauges, plugs, whatever. I mean, I've seen people with them so big they're basically rubbing their shoulders or getting about to rub their shoulders, and then you see them later. You know, the same people. It's a smaller town. You see them when they don't have them in one day. It's like, whoa.
Another thing is like where I came from. We got in a lot of fights, and if you had stuff like that in your body, man, it was getting ripped out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Definitely getting ripped out. Like, I don't know what people are thinking, man.
There is John Bob. Everything you can imagine, both twisted and normal, is here. I'm sure they do it a lot where you guys are at out here, but I'm sure they do it a lot everywhere. But out here, you have the so-called patriots that like to have the flags on their windows and all that, and they like to put their guns on there. You know, AR-15, the Glock Perfection sticker, all that. And my son started pointing them out. I'm like, yeah, you want to know what that tells me? What? I said, well, if you need one, he's got an AR you can go get. You got all your gun stickers on the back window of your truck. That's where you go when you need some. Provided bad situations shit hit the fan or whatever. You're just advertising. It's stupidest. People are an interesting species. They are all things. They're catch me slipping, and then you can have all the free stuff I have.
I don't know, man. Like, definitely wouldn't put that stuff in me. Not where I came up.
I'm not.
Somebody would just see it and want to mess with you because of it.
Yeah, they're common out here. The flags, the silhouettes of the gun, the actual guns, the gun manufacturers, stickers. I mean, even just an NRA sticker tells me that you got it. But the guys who are all extra proud of it, of bragging about what they have, it's like, yeah. Yeah, it's just free shopping.
What are you doing, John? Playing video games?
How'd you know?
Of course he is.
You're looking sideways, not in the computer.
He's not actually playing video games. He's planning out what gold bag he wants to buy and hoard next. He's just thinking about it. Is it?
He's supposed to be doing postage.
Does he wait? Does he wait for Yukon Alley to bring her next season in, or does he buy from Florida Bob? He's just thinking.
Choices.
He should listen to the PS5 game.
Oh, that's right. He did. He won it. He won a PS5.
Yep, $15.
Why don't you just go online? Why don't you just get the hacked hard drives that you can buy that have all the games?
Well, I don't know. I got the yearly thing where you have the account.
Yeah.
You just download all the games for free.
Yeah.
And you pay your yearly account.
Look at that. Look at that, Rich.
No, all things he did that years ago.
Donkey's back. What's up, brother?
Got to keep them things working.
Changed my title from CEO to proprietor.
Excuse me.
Oh, CPA, do you feel good about yourself now? You guilted him off of the video game.
The only game I'm interested in is Zelda.
I used to love Dragon Warrior.
He was talking to us last week. He went out to his shed and he found his game system with all his games. He was going to drag him in the house and hook him back up.
Who's that?
Joseph Milton.
There you go.
I think it was the Nintendo 64.
I like the regular NES better.
Last time I played games was PlayStation, the original one. Siphon Filter.
Same here.
Siphon Filter.
Last one I played on was the 64. Mario Kart is around the turn of the century.
I get another drink. Let's see what I got.
98, 99.
Okay, I'll see you, brother.
Yeah, when is Mike Tyson and that other idiot supposed to fight?
Mike got sick. I think it got canceled.
No, I know it got postponed. Goldeneye was fun. I didn't do it on PlayStation, but I did it on 64. My favorite games were Goldeneye and Mario Kart Battle Mode. I was pretty good at both, but I was brutal at Goldeneye. Nobody wanted to play with me. For any of you guys who used to play Mario Kart on the 64, we always played battle mode. We just battled all the time. I always used Bowser, or no, I used Wario.
What's the backstory behind this Tyson versus Paul thing?
Well, Tyson's running his mouth, and Paul runs his mouth about everybody, and Tyson wants to get paid. There's not much left to it, you know.
No, but I didn't hear what was said. That's all.
What, today?
No, I didn't hear what was said during the whole thing and why they're fighting or anything.
It's money. Jake Paul likely would not last or could not make a career out of fighting for a living, and also it doesn't pay nearly as much as whatever he makes being a TV personality. Tyson is too old to go fight professionally. He, after a fight or two or whatever, he's gonna get beat. So from the money aspect of it, the commercials, the ring seats, all of that, there's a lot of money in it. I don't understand why Netflix is doing it for free. I definitely think that it should be a pay-per-view event. Even if they were charging $10, the number of people that would watch would be ludicrous because you have to have a Netflix account to do it. But the reason they're fighting is just because he's an old washed up guy and the other one's a TV personality.
Right.
I would put my money on Tyson to knock his fucking ass out because it's kind of like fighting a Sasquatch. You can run in circles around him all you want. All he's got to do is grab you once. Because I would. Right. Tyson's old and slow, not weak. If that dude gets a good one on you, you're going to sleep.
Yeah. He's still got them devastating double right and left hooks, man. The double right hook and the double left hook will F you up. I mean, I've used it.
they're nothing compared to what he was back in his prime, but back in his prime, he was just a brutal fight winner. He could beat the opponents. So I love
Mike Tyson. Everybody called him a paper champion, but yet he destroyed everybody they put in front of him, and all the top contenders ran from him and didn't want to fight him. And that's facts. You know what I mean?
Oh, hey, Diver. Yeah, but it's all money and promotion. Netflix trying to gather people, get people to come and watch their crap. And the biggest problem with Netflix, in my opinion, is their feed, the algorithm or whatever. if you go on Netflix and you watch 3 types of shows, that's all it's going to feed you. If you go watch Lockup, if you go watch a couple episodes of Lockup, it's like half of your damn Netflix feed is Lockup, cop show, Lockup. Even YouTube does a better job on their homepage of their feeds than Netflix. That's they're all things country says Tyson will make $20 million for that fight. Wow. How are you, David?
What's up, Greg?
Hey, you, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I mean, with some good decisions, although I'm sure Tyson has plenty of money anyway, but with some good decisions, that'll be the last money that Tyson would ever have to make.
Tyson needs to keep making millions to live his lifestyle.
Well, if he didn't own fucking Tigers.
He even said it. He said, I need to make $10 million a year with my lifestyle. You know what I mean? And then he said, I'll eat your children.
Yeah.
He was devastated, dude. He was the fastest
bind we'll ever have.
He was the fastest, hardest hitting heavyweight champion in my time. And I don't care. Whatever anybody said, he belonged. I mean, back in the day, we used to argue with people, and I would tell them that he belonged in the Hall of Fame. And they're like, no, he doesn't. He didn't fight nobody, blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah, they all fucking ran from him. How was you supposed to fight them when they kept running? You know what I mean? They waited till he was washed up to fight him. Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, who else? Ruddock, all them guys waited. You know what I mean? And didn't fight him when he was in his prime because he would have destroyed them. They were scared.
I had heard that dude had a set of jaws on him like a snapping turtle too.
Hey, dude. Dude, when he lost his belt, I had a party in my apartment. Right, I was a young kid, and I had like 300 people in my apartment building. There was five apartments in the building. Every one of them were having a party. It was like 300 people at my house, right? And the cops came. Everybody started running out the fire escapes. One dude was up in my front bedroom, opened the front window, and I'm on the 3rd floor, right? He jumps out the freaking window into the tree and climbs down the tree. He's like the only one that got away. It was funny, man. It was a great night, great time.
Oh, when we were young and wild, we used to we had this one flop house where we used to drink a lot. I was over there continuously, and the cops would show up, and the dude who owned the house, he was really, really confrontational with the cops. And they'd show up, and there'd be 40 people there, and they'd all run to the bedroom, and he'd get to the door. Oh, well, we got to record some party here, and he's just drunk as shit. He's like, "Mom, you can't come in." Oh, we need to come in. You can't come in, shit. He's like, "You ain't got no right to push him in or whatever. You can't come in, shit. You can't come look at my house." And there's 100 beers everywhere, and he would just stand his ground, and he wouldn't let them look at anything, and they would just have to leave, and everybody would wander back out of the room, and 20 minutes later, it was on and crazy again. We just had to remember to keep the front door locked.
Yep. Yeah, all things country. Those were the days. I had a buddy that worked at the cable company. He would just come into your house, open your box, and jump out something in your box with a wire. You free cable.
Yep.
Hi, Jacko. Yeah, we had one of those boxes for a while.
Touchy. I mean, we saw every single fight, man, all the way through the 80s and 90s with them boxers, And if like they used to come drive down the street, and they would be able to zap the boxes from out in the truck with something, and we would just call up our boy, and he would come redo it, boop boop, put the box back on. You know what I mean? And we'd give him $50. You know what I mean? Every time.
He was probably the one driving the truck. He's like, "Oh, this street pays good. Let's go." Zap, 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 zap.
Right.
He ain't doing it because he's stupid. He knows 4 guys on this street are gonna pay.
Yeah, because they were getting ready to watch the big fight that was on that night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was a big boxing fan. My friend, one of my friends actually owns a
Later, John
boxing
Bob.
gym in Chester, PA, called Must Fight Box Club, and he said I'm waiting for somebody to come in here and make me $1 million. He was pro for a while, and my ex employer that I used to work for that made me superintendent. He was a professional kickboxer. You know what I mean? Like everybody we hung around was in the boxing clubs and the gyms and all that. You know?
I just ran across a reel earlier today about Hulk Hogan, and Andre the Great, their first fight or whatever, their first wrestling match.
Andre the Giant, yeah.
Andre the Giant. For one, I can't believe how big Hulk Hogan was compared to Andre. I thought Andre was a whole lot more massive. He wasn't that much bigger than Hulk. For two, I can't believe people sat there and watched that. That was so corny.
Dude, we were into wrestling back in the 80s and 90s. You know, I used to watch Bob Backlund and the boys, you know what I mean? Chief
Yeah,
J Strongbow, the Freebirds, you know, the Von Erichs.
they were
That movie they that
so
movie they
big.
just put out. That movie they just put out about the Von Erichs this year was pretty accurate and good, man. Not that I watch a whole lot of TV, but when I saw that, I'm like, oh wow, I love them guys. The Iron Sheik and all that, dude, it was great. You know, when we were little kids. I'm talking like '81. You know, when Bob Backlund was the champ, world champion.
Yep.
The tag team matches and all that, that was good stuff. Yeah, as we got older, we realized it was fake. But when we were kids, we thought it was the shit.
Yeah, but I mean, even knowing it's fake, the how bad the faking it was on the old ones.
I hated Ric Flair, man.
Oh, I still do.
Yeah. Um, my my first wife's ex-boyfriend, he had a kid with her, and he used to come out in front of my house, and he was just a troublemaking asshole. And he used to go woo like Ric Flair. And I would just run right out the door and pop, 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 light him up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he just kept doing it. That's why I hate Ric Flair, because this freaking asshole would just woo 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 every time he came to our house. Man, I would just go out and beat him up every time.
Culver says, "Woo!" I'll be back just a second.
Yeah. I still hate Ric Flair to this day because of that guy. It's funny. Gift gas. We don't understand you, dude. So sorry.
Oop.
Gift gas.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry.
No sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oh,
No comprende.
Espanol.
No comprende español.
Oh,
Maybe two or three words. That's it, bro. Links pinned at the top if anybody wants to come on up and join us. Rick Steiner was a beast. Yeah, he was. A lot of them guys killed themselves from steroids, man. Crazy.
he had a lot of back problems, I heard. Was it Steiner? Oh, whatever it was.
Remember the Ultimate Warrior and who's that
Yep.
other guy? Yeah. Oh yeah. What was his name?
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah. Do you remember that movie? They Live. Who was that guy? He was a real good wrestler too. What was his name, man? He's asking what beers you like to drink. Wrench got me on them damn ciders, man, the 1911s. Snapping to a Slim Jim, that's right.
The black cherries, those are good.
The Bushwhackers, too.
George the Animal Steel.
George the Animal Steel. And what hard liquors? I like peanut butter whiskey.
If I gotta go hard stuff, it depends. I mean,
Sounds like 190 grain.
my favorite shot is an Irish car bomb. I'm gonna do shots of something straight up. It's gonna be
Roddy Piper, too. Remember him?
Rowdy Piper. Yep.
Roddy Piper. I knew I'd remember his name.
Yeah.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He was awesome, dude. Yeah. Joseph's sister dated him. That's pretty cool.
Man, Ted DiBiase,
yeah.
The Undertaker. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
DDP. He's got his own yoga thing where he helps people out big time.
Steve Austin. He was awesome.
Sting. Yep.
Steve Austin used to go and have a 6-pack with him, drink his beers, say, "I'm gonna bust your ass," and then he got up and did it. And he says, "I like when the ladies wrestle." That's pretty cool. Hacksaw Jim Duggan was badass, dude. Used to walk in with the 2x4. Do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Pickle Prick, what's up, brother?
Pickle.
I'm glad you stopped in. Pop in when you can, brother. It's all good.
Hello, Pickle.
Hey, you said mostly oil wrestling.
All things.
Old school wrestling was the bomb, dude. It was the real deal. You know?
What's that?
I said old school wrestling was the bomb.
Yeah. I can't stand it. That's like since, when Earnhardt passed, with NASCAR. I haven't watched a single race since, I don't watch wrestling anymore.
All good, brother. All good. Appreciate you stopping in.
I didn't realize it. I got stuck on the history of NASCAR or whatever. I didn't realize 80s and particularly early 90s, they were killing drivers like every 2 races or so.
Yeah, it was bad.
Damn blood thinners. I hate them. So I ran out of my heart medicine down in Thermal City. I haven't taken it since. I feel much better.
No, PA, I got a story for you. We had this customer used to come to the shop, and we worked for mostly locals, so we watched our customers for years at a time, and I was there a real long time. We watched this dude; he just kept looking worse and worse and worse. And unfortunately, when you have an older client base and you know your customers that long, he came in one time. This dude looked like he was ready to die, and he left. And we try not to talk people behind our back. I don't think Fred's going to be around much longer. No, I don't. No, we agreed on it. About 6 months later, he comes walking through the door, looked like a brand new man. We're like, Fred, hey, man, you're looking good. You weren't looking so good the last time you were here. He says, I know, I was about to die. And he says, I went to my doctor. I said, Doc, I'm about to die. I'm gonna die here. He says, what am I taking all these pills for? and they gave him this list. So they give him this one pill because of this it causes heartburn or something, and then that pill's side effect is nausea. So they give him this, and then that pill's side effect is constipation, and so they give him this. And he says, so they're on this whole list of pills, and he says, I told my doctor, I said, all this shit's terrible. He says, why don't I just go back to having the heartburn? Well, you can. He says, I stopped taking any of their damn pills.
I did. I stopped taking them all, dude.
He says, that doctor was going to kill me.
Yep. I did that, and I got right into an herbal medicine book, and I've been taking all these different herbs and medicine. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember them, but
yeah,
the big one is cayenne pepper, because that does just exactly what the blood thinners do, which is thin your blood, and drink plenty of freaking water, because that's the other thing that thins your blood. And then nutmeg and thyme and lemon, just eating a grapefruit a day, turmeric. That's the one I was thinking of. Taking turmeric, cinnamon, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I feel great. Like, I feel 100% better than I did a month ago.
And you're not doing the carnivore diet anymore, right?
No, I got off it. I'm on this vegetable thing. I can eat meat. I do eat meat, a lot of it, but I take all these spices and stuff, man, and I feel 100% better. Even my lungs are starting to clear out. Like, I'm starting to breathe better. Plus, like you said, I've been digging.
My brother talks to a lot of foreigners, a lot of Middle Easterners, things like that, and he makes friends with them, different cultures. And he says they're amazed. He says you go into a grocery store over in one of those other countries, and the store is 75% fresh fruits and veggies and meats and things like this, and there's only a couple aisles of boxes. They said we come over to America and it's 75% boxes, and there's this little tiny section for fruits and things like that, and they're astonished.
Yeah. And all that shit in the boxes is nothing but fucking processed food, which is horrible for you. Horrible. And it's killing you. Like, it's killing people left and right. And I just don't mess with any of it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm done with it, man.
Proper diet with portion control is all you need.
Yeah.
Go look at one of these 174-year-old village living guys in one of these places. Like, how many pills do you take? What's a pill? They're just on their standard diets. Another thing you should, if you're that interested in looking into it, PA, look into your histories, your ancestry of where your family is basically from, and try and steer your diet into those kinds of foods. It's like the Asians over here. You see a lot of Asians over here have really bad acne, and over in their countries they don't really have acne, and it's because for hundreds, if not thousands of years, they've lived off of this one particular diet. Their body is adjusted for that diet, and then they come over here
genetically.
They come over here and they're eating all the crap. We eat a lot of crap here. So if you can look into your ancestry and see what your ancestors actually ate for the staple foods that kept them alive for hundreds, if not thousands of years, you can switch your diet into that stuff, and supposedly you're supposed to feel a lot better. Your body works a lot better. Your weight maintenance is a lot better and easier to control, because that's what your body is genetically built to accept as food.
Well, my family came over from Austria, and all I got to do is look back to my grandma, because she had a huge, her entire backyard was a garden, and she grew everything from grapes to cherries to tomatoes to lettuce to cabbage to beans, all that stuff, and that's all she ate, and she lived to like 99. You know what I mean?
It's a natural diet that
and she didn't take medicine. She didn't take pills.
Yeah, it's a natural diet that her people lived on for hundreds of years, and she carried that over. And in our modern society, we've gotten rid of that.
I mean, my morning routine is half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, lemon juice, a tablespoon of olive oil, and um, olive oil, cayenne pepper, lemon juice, and honey. That's
Yeah.
my morning routine. A couple drizzles of honey, and that starts off my for my heart. You know what I mean? And I just mix it up, drink it down like a shot, put it in a little shot glass. Boom. You know what I mean? And then two more times during the day, I take cayenne pepper, and for my lungs to detox my lungs and get the mucus out, I take the cloves, the honey, the lemon, and ground thyme, and you make a tea. 1 cup of water, boil it, drink that down, man, and it kind of clears you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Yep.
those are all foods that you probably naturally would have gotten through your original diet that you're not getting now, or you're not getting in the portions you would have gotten
Right.
before.
Yeah, I've been getting my meat from the Amish, Grandma. I drive out to Lancaster now, and we go shopping. We save so much money going out there that it's insane. You get a steak here for $22 for a piece of New York strip. You go out to the Amish market and you buy an 18-pound New York strip that you cut yourself into 20 steaks for $200. Like, it's crazy, man. You get double the food out there, and we get
And if
everything out there now.
you asked them, they'd probably slice it up for you.
Well, yeah, you could, but they'll charge you more. So I do it myself. I was a butcher, so I was a butcher when I was a kid, so I know how to do it. You know, like I'll buy a 20-pound piece of chuck, cut it up into steaks, cut it up into roast. You know,
We
eggs,
don't.
butter. I get eggs right up the street. There's a farm up there. I drove by. They had a sign, fresh eggs. I pulled in. You know what I mean? So I get my eggs right up the street at one of the farms, about about 2 miles away.
I'd be happy to have some Amish down here. We don't have any Amish.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get. Lester took me out there. Lester Labour. You guys know Lester, right? He took
Yeah.
me out there, and I've been going there ever since he took me. Yeah, man. The first time I went out there, I bought $220 worth of meat and got over 45 meals. You know what I mean?
I'm sure everybody's looking forward to some PA Amish Philly cheesesteaks. Amish bread, Amish veggies, Amish steak.
Yeah. Oh my God. There's a there's a donut. Like we go to this place called Shady Maples, right? And then there's another one called Dutch Way. And at Dutch Way, is it Dutch Way? No, it's Shady Maples. They make their own fresh cakes and donuts and pastries and all that stuff. Dude, the line is out the freaking door every time we go there. Like, you got to take a number and get in line and just sit around and wait. You can grab your number, walk around, get all your shopping done, and then go back and you're still waiting. 'Cause that's how good this stuff is. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
that I eat a lot of that, but I'm like, damn.
Same with all your meals at home. If you spend the extra time and make everything from scratch, that much better, that much healthier.
Yep.
You know,
And the produce, out of this world, dude. Like, out of this world. You know, everything you could ever want, you can buy it right there. Cheap as shit. Everything is cheap out there.
and they don't have to charge you tax either, do they?
No, you don't charge tax on food in PA.
Uh, he wants to know if we prefer to drive pickup trucks. Yes, we prefer to drive pickup trucks.
Most definitely. Even if the transmissions cost $8,200 altogether.
Actually, I own all SUVs right now, so except for my wife and kids' cars. All mine are SUVs though.
That's awesome, Vester. You know what I mean?
It is.
And you guys inspired me a little bit with some of your videos. So just so you know. And if it don't work and I die because I'm not taking my meds no more, so be it. I just want to be found in the creek with a gold pan in my hand. You know? Man, I went out there, hamburger in the store out here. It's like $9 a pound.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we went and got 10 pounds for $39 up there at the Amish. It was $3.99 a pound.
What fat percentage?
80%. 80% lean, 20% fat. The normal stuff.
80% out here would be about $4 a pound.
Yeah. Telling you, dude, here it's like $8.50 or $9 for a pound of fucking hamburger
Yeah.
at the supermarket. Crazy, man.
I was on I
Honest.
was, I was on a phone call with this dude. I think it was Mini Truck Medic or something like that. I was talking to him in my garage, and we were comparing prices. He was one of those people that was under the impression that California was so expensive to live. His gas was a little cheaper, but my meat was cheaper. Other than that, we were paying the same prices for everything: houses, cars, everything. The only difference between my state and his state ran on federal minimum wage, and mine did not. So the gas station attendant down there is making seven and a quarter an hour versus our 15. But everything else was the same. Thomas 907 owns four trucks and he can put another four together anytime he wants.
I will, James. Eddie Abu.
You know what the thing about being found dead is? Our
What?
government has wasted our tax money on doing a study, and they found out that 10 out of 10 people, sometime in their life, is going to die.
How much did they
So I
spend on
don't
this
think we're
study?
going to get out of here alive anyway.
How much did they spend on this study?
I don't know what they spent, but it probably wasn't cheap.
See, the thing about being found dead is you got to make sure wherever you're going, you take your dog. That way, when you fall over, your dog eats you for a few days before you're found. It's the
Right.
circle of life.
Well,
Hey,
therein lies the problem. I already ate the dog.
get rid of the dog. But yeah, guys, it's 9 o'clock. I gotta get to bed. I gotta get rolling early in the morning. So I am gonna get off here. You guys enjoy your night.
All right, Cal.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping up, brother. Appreciate it.
Guys, let everyone in the chat.
I'll see you.
See ya.
Gotta love that, Kelly. We lost Curly Bill, too.
Why was my thing muted? Huh.
Say
Must have hit
what?
the mute button by accident.
Say what?
I said I must have hit the mute button by accident.
Uh, right, Kelly? I guess Curly Bill thought we were jumping off.
Oh, we're still here. Ain't going nowhere. Not yet, anyways.
I bet they spent $500 million on that study, Grandma.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
What study was that?
Curly Bill said that they did a study and found out 10 out of 10 people are going to die. The government did a study on it. All right, Ed. I'll see you, buddy. Link's pinned at the top. If anybody wants to stop up and say, yo.
Everyone ran away. Yeah. Night HD. Take care, brother.
Where's Andy at when you need him? Where's Andy from Denmark?
You got Thomas in here. You got Grandma, Vester. Still got a few people in here.
How is that, Thomas? How's that moose taste? Is it good? Or is it gamey? I am sorry I got mad about the negative YouTube talk. I get so tired of it. Didn't even notice, Grandma.
I can imagine it's got to be like venison, you know. You got to make it right, otherwise it's
Gamey.
yeah. I mean, I must imagine there's not that much fat in there. Same thing with venison.
It is almost Andy time, by the way. Where is it?
Ow. Love Buffalo Ranch growing. Hmm.
I didn't my pick.
Bizzle Frick says gaming when I had it, but I think it was frozen. Huh.
That's awesome,
I
Vester.
can imagine even if it was frozen, there's, just ways to cook it. I mean, you want to add some fat to it or cook it in some nice, like bacon grease or,
Remember that stuff Heath made? Man, that was so
oh
good.
my God.
Oh, as long as you don't fall in the water, you're good. I was learning a new song, man. I mean, I still got a ways to go on it, but it's going to be pretty cool when I'm done.
Never had buffalo.
No, me neither.
Time for guitar solo.
I got picks. Excuse me, guys.
Bless you. Check these stairs first before I go down to that chamber. Catching up in my Uncharted game. There we go. A little bit of tunage. Tunes are always great. It's getting freaking hot in the house now.
Yeah. I think it doesn't matter.
Take care, Grandma Kelly.
Yeah.
Chapter 19. Avery's Descent.
Still learning this, guys.
Fresh footprints. They must have come this way.
Covert prospecting. Just tell her it's chicken. Yeah, just don't tell her what it is. I did that. I made a meatloaf once. My ex-wife didn't tell her I had venison in there. She loved it. So I told her. Well, let's see. We'll do 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow night. No substitutions. I hate how they allow substitutions for stuff. Payment. Well, we gotta fix that. Coupons. Total savings. Promo code. Delivery. $10.
Are you ordering food?
No. Well, kind of. I'm doing shopping. Save and continue. Now we have to change my credit card. Use my use my Amazon card now. The thing is, they offer me all kinds of crazy cash
Lester
back shit.
Lepore
Lester
in
in
the
the house.
house.
What's up, Lester? I figured you'd be sleeping, brother. Trash. Save card. Yeah, man, I just picked up this Amazon card. They're offering like 5% cash back
Le-
and rewards and all this stuff at 5%. I was like, sign
Lester's
me
at
up.
work.
Oh, he's at work. Enjoy 3% back. BJ's. Well, you can kiss my ass. I went for 5%. I got delivered when they're all home. Later, James. Trying to read. Turn your amp up a little bit.
I keep pulling my E string. This the Strat is a different kind of. I don't know. The neck is different on this guitar. It's like rounded, and I keep pulling the E string out of the. I keep pulling the E string out of the holder up the
Really?
top here. It's weird because it's rounded. I'm not
Damn
used
it.
to it. I gotta get
That's
used
right.
to it.
Like the screen on the TV showing me to sit there and shake the controller, the whole controller, like like a flashlight because the batteries weren't working in the flashlight. What the hell? There we go. Here's a little bit of that music now. Good tunes. Always enjoy music. Good for the soul.
My money's with Big E's men. They use any excuse to be dynamite. Yeah, they're pretty dumb. Whoa, hold on. So, some kind of death trap? Yeah. Stand in there, son. Just gotta follow their lead. Yeah. So bad. So much. Just don't go where the footsteps are. What? Just a little preoccupied with not blowing up right now. Dan, unclench.
Two batches of the Oktoberfest, the last two. I think my favorites was that the light one you made. Was it for dinner? I forget. That was delicious.
Wait, look. Footprints stop here. They must have made it through that. Hey, just gonna put this out of the way here. Yeah. Find another way. Just hold on a little longer.
Lester loading up that Lester beer. Awesome.
Hey, still have 10 money? Yes. Good idea.
Is it cheaper to buy beer or make beer?
I would imagine it's cheaper to. Well, yeah, that'd be good, depending on what it is.
Oh, sorry. What's that? Hello?
Cheaper to buy it.
No, that's my head. Over here.
Captain Howdy, what's going on?
Hey, Captain Howdy.
Thanks. Glad you came prepared. Something like that. Come on, find a report. Nice. Hey, this looks promising. Boost you up? Yeah. Come on. Here we go.
Hey, 1, 3. Ooh, that sounds delicious.
I knew you'd say that.
Oh, I love the shine. Shine or homemade brandy or oh yeah.
I like the shine and I like the shiny.
The only thing is if it's high test shine, I like it on the frozen side, cold.
What you got going on, Captain Howdy? How's everything?
Let's look at the footprints.
Go this way.
Oh, that's a dead end.
Damn spell checker.
What the hell is
I'm gonna
this?
try some peach shine this year. No peaches for PA. He falls down.
Where's those brewer strawberries?
Oh, that was good, wasn't it, man? Oh my God.
That was yeah. He said it was a brandy. That was good though.
I don't like this place.
Benzo, when we were just down at Thermal City, Benzo had some. I think it was bourbon with peaches. Man, it was so good. I might be wrong though. I think it was bourbon with peaches. Yeah.
He has some gibbets left over.
No peaches for PA.
Are you sure?
Work tired. Yeah, I hear that. Definitely.
Joseph said, more rum. 100
Oh,
proof
you like
Captain
the
Morgan.
the 100? Oh my God, that stuff is delicious.
Yeah, it is.
It's not as sweet.
Gets you
It's not
lit
as
too.
sweet as what it was you. Yeah, it's definitely not as sweet as the regular Captain Morgan, but I think it's so much smoother.
Lester makes mead too. He's actually making some. He just took back 11 pounds of honey with him. I like my peanut butter whiskey. Screwball. I'm actually going out and get some lemon trees and lime trees tomorrow. I'm going to plant them in the backyard. I'm going to have to get some type of fencing to keep the deers away because they keep eating up my peach tree, man. I'm gonna shoot that bastard. I'm going to sit out there one night and pop them
You gotta put like a
with my
10-foot
cross.
fence around them.
I'm gonna pop them with my crossbow. All right, Lester, be good, brother. Thank you for stopping by.
Lester, good to see you, brother. Take care.
I'll get drunk on the regular Captain, but the 100 proof I sip.
They used to call it the Black Cask, but then they decided to come out with their own a different version, which is Black Cask, which was I think like 70% or 70 proof.
Cattle panels to go around your trees. What are they? What are cattle panels?
Huh? No idea.
We looking. They got them at Tractor Supply.
What's that?
Cattle panels.
Well, obviously I can't go that way. It's all blocked off. That way either. That way.
No fucking Timu. Timu's
Oh, let me go
Chinese
that
shit.
way.
I don't want that.
Back on the trail. Be ready for a fight. That is a reference to me.
How the hell am I supposed to get up there? Where some kind of bridge was. Another kind of bridge. I can't jump that high. What the hell? Deer jump fencing, yeah. They can jump they'll jump a 6-foot fence at no problem. But I mean if you put like the plastic 6-foot fence around it, that should keep them out because they shouldn't be able to jump into a small confined space. Boop. I know that ugly mug.
What's
What's
up,
up, brother?
guys? What's going on?
Not much talking to you.
Nice. Yeah, on my way home from Cottonwoods on 65, uh, there was a truck on fire. The trailer was on fire. Whatever was inside of it must have been very flammable and must have. What happened?
I don't know, listen.
Oh, there we go.
I'm messing around, dude.
Oh, jeez.
He's,
So, yeah, there was a
he's
fire and
Okay.
I was stuck in traffic for about 45 minutes. Like, yay. So, tell you one thing, man. If I could, I should send you guys some of those pictures that I took today from Cottonwoods on that gravel bar. You guys would never recognize it again, dude. Nope.
Is that what you're talking
he
about
says
right
it's
there,
like the
Esther?
water's what 3 foot lower.
Oh, dude, it's like 4 or 5 feet lower. Well, no, not let me say that because it was only up to our waist. I'm gonna say it's probably about that water in the deep section, like going across to where me and PA were on that one gravel bar. It's probably
Yeah,
not even a foot deep right now, going across it.
really.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of new stuff that have just opened up. That I don't know, man. Hello, everybody in chat. I didn't say hello to everybody in chat. Sorry if you guys uh, said hello. I don't know who's in chat, but hello to everybody in chat.
I gotta turn this down.
What's going on, John? Are you good, man?
Yeah, finally, I went home, dropped off the fucking dog because it's like panting really freaking hard. So just had to take a ride really quick. The only thing is, I'm gonna have to get off and order my food because I wanna. I could probably do it for my watch actually, and I want to pick up a pizza in a little bit. So I'm starving. I didn't eat yet today.
Wow, dude.
I mean, I have. I ate.
Oh,
I ate this afternoon right before I started running material. So
what time did you get out of there?
I didn't leave until what time was it? 6 something, 6:30, almost 7 o'clock when I left there today. I was running from like 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the afternoon all the way to like 4 something. I was running the hole that uh, was there. Uh, it's probably twice the size now, and
Jesus.
yeah, when I go back, I'm gonna go either in front of the hole or behind the hole or to the side of the hole. And there's a lot of big gravels in it, like big cobbles, and it sucks digging in this spot. But big cobbles means big gold, right? And
It all depends on everything around it, but yeah,
right,
it's a good
and
sign.
I panned my top mat, and let me tell you, I'm gonna go off of my theory with big cobbles, big gold, because yeah, I did a test pan in this spot. I got about like 15 big pieces and like 1,000 fly poops and
Damn.
2 shovelfuls doing one test pan. Like, yeah. Uh, so hopefully this run that I did today is going to be a really good run. And now that I'm getting close to my 1,000 subscriber, I think next week when I go, I'm going to run for like
Yeah.
an hour or two and then shut it down, do a full cleanup, and then give it away on my 1,000 subscriber giveaway. So I'm not gonna know what's in it, which sucks, but because I'd like to know what's there in the 2 hours that I run. But I think that would be pretty cool if whoever wins it and gets a nice amount of gold, or at least something weighable.
Mm.
So, it's like I said, the spot that I was on today. Oh my god, it's a pain in the ass getting to it, and I understand why I didn't do it before, but I did it yesterday and today just for a day and a half, rather, because I got there. What time was like 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday? So then when I got up,
Hmm.
I ran all day, and then stopped at like 9 o'clock or maybe 10 o'clock. It was pitch black out, and I was doing my live stream, and then my phone died during it. What's that, PA? What's
it's
that,
Hey, it must
gold?
be
gold.
nice to be young.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Whose gold is that?
Charlie, it's mine. Charlie is digging it back. I
Oh,
asked him to
really?
send me a link for a coin scope. He didn't send me a link. He sent me the coin scope.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, he hooked me up.
Wow, that's awesome. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, I didn't do much recording today of Cottonwoods. I did a little bit here and there. I wanted to go walk on that gravel bar where you were, Wrench, and see how different it looks over there, but I didn't make it over there. And I wanted to because I wanted to see the hole that me and PA dug, or the hole that
Yep.
PA wrenched, and the hole that I dug. Let me say that because that's the correct way to say it. And then I wanted to see the hole that you dug, Wrench, to see if anyone's tried to go in after you or around you or whatever. But I didn't make it over there this
Well,
weekend.
Jim had said that he opened that hole up.
Oh, really?
Well, I
Yeah.
wasn't really doing a hole per se. I was more doing of removing the flood bar.
Right.
So
You know what? When I was there the last time, a couple weeks ago, right before I went up to Nugget Lake, I did walk over there, so it is in the video. I maybe I've done it on Sunday, and I don't think it was in the video that I already posted. I'm gonna work on that video and get that video out this week sometime, so you'll be able to see what that hole looks like where you're at, Wrench.
yeah,
But that was a couple weeks ago now, so I don't know what it looks like today because I didn't go over there this time. But I do know that somebody did a nice hole the last time that I was there because there was about a 5 foot hole there that was dug or dredged, I
hmm
should say. And I don't remember where you were. I mean, I kind of do, but now that the water has really gone down, I don't remember where exactly you were, but you could kind of see a little reminiscences of so, someone running something. There we go. But
the
it's just
easiest
a
way
little
is
bit.
to look for the sand that was coming off the top of that flood gravel bar. If you see where that sand was coming down,
Yeah.
where you can see it was flooding and the light sands are coming
Uh,
down, under that, at the
yeah.
bottom of all that is where I was working.
Okay. Yeah, because like I said, somebody dug at least a 5 foot hole there, and I don't remember if it was like where you exactly, like right exactly where you were, or just before
Dutchie!
you. What's going on, Dutchy? That's awesome. PA. Got some nice looking character to it too.
Yeah, that's like a crystalline piece or something.
Yeah.
And here's the 4.2 one that I won on Miller's.
4.2. 4.2 grams?
Yep.
Holy cow, dude. Jesus. Give me
Where the
one
hell did you get
second.
that from?
I'm calling this pizza really quick. He's never been. It's gonna. Perry, you know what? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna come right back in. I'm gonna call in my food really quick.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
All right. I'll be right back. How do I? Okay, there we go. All right, I'll be right back.
All good, brother. This thing is really cool, man. I love it. Thank you so much, Charlie. You guys haven't been over to Digging It Back's channel. Charlie, he's the one that breaks into all the cars all the time. I would get over there and check him out. When you get in there, leave a comment on this video and put hashtag parking lot gang. Tell them PA sent you. All right, Joseph, be good, brother.
Joseph, have a good night, brother.
Yeah, man. Charlie hooked it up. Hooked me up with a cool ass coin scope, man.
Hell yeah.
Joseph done rolled out. You know what? Now Andy's gonna show up. We should go find him, dude. See if we can find him. Andy from Denmark.
I gotta go find something in the kitchen.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me. I'll take you guys with me. I got my headset on. Everybody's asleep. And I forgot to do laundry. Oopsies. A beef shawarma wrap,
I'm trying to find Andy.
mac salad, or an antipasto salad. I like the antipasto. Should have put buffalo chicken. I should have paid for that in the morning. No, I'll just take the rest of this with me. Ain't that much. Ooh, I need to see what I got for a beverage. I have to go downstairs. Check all the drawers. Nothing there. Nope. Nothing there. They shine, but I'm not in the mood for shine. I'll have to go downstairs and see what there is. What's this? I got one Mai Tai left, and then I got some White Russians. Yeah, I'll stick with the Mai Tai. Oh, I gotta fix that flat door in that damn refrigerator.
Does anybody remember his channel name?
What's that?
Andy.
Oh.
He's not coming up as Andy from Denmark.
No. Well, sometimes they have a
Wait a
different
minute.
name. So what's everybody got planned this weekend? Anything coming up? Anything good? I'm gonna stop my cam so I can feed my face.
I don't know yet. I know next weekend we're going to Cottonwood. Not Cottonwood,
What? Take a quarter of one of my pills. It's opening.
either
Go to bed.
Thermal City or Lucky Strike, whatever I can get a place at.
I wanted to do the California thing, but I couldn't get enough answers on where to stay when we go.
Oh, you tent. Everybody got a tent, dude.
Yeah, but where? I had no idea of anything.
Talk to Carson. Carson will tell you.
I did, but it wasn't enough of a, you know,
I might go buy some lumber and finish this shelf down here and do some drywall repairs, stuff like that, and get that done. Get it
you get
coated
that mason
back
out there
on.
to fix that wall.
No, the fucking guy ain't even returning my calls now. I'm gonna bust his ass. I hooked him up too, you know.
Well, if we gotta go knock on a door, let me know.
I'm sure he's just busy. It's busy season for him right now, you know.
That still don't mean you don't answer a phone.
Yeah, it's he was here in fucking early December, you know, and it's now July, so I'm getting pissed off. Trap Bar, what's up, man? Welcome back, brother. You're a Trap Bar Wrench.
Hello, hello.
No, I'm good, bro. I can handle shit.
John
John, are you
R
back?
in the basement.
What's going on?
We doing the damn thing. Doing the damn thing.
Well,
Trap
that's
Bar just came in.
I'm feeding my fat face, so that's why I got my camera off.
Lucky
lucky
it hasn't
you.
been raining too much, so I might just do it myself, John. It ain't no big deal, you know.
I just missed
No,
all the
I'm.
pizza places out here.
No pizza for you,
No, I gotta stop at like Wendy's or Burger King or fast food.
dude. That's garbage.
I know.
I don't eat any of that shit anymore.
Right.
Once in a while, when you're in a pinch, you know what I mean.
I wish it was once in a while for me too.
I make all my own. I make all my own shit now. You know, I cook.
Mhm.
You know, I like chicken salad, so I'll cook up chicken breast and make chicken salad with it
That's
for a
awesome.
couple days. You know,
Hmm.
but you're on the road, so
Hey, let me stop by and let me have one really quick. I'm hungry. No, I'm kidding.
which movie was that? Trapper.
Hmm.
Trapper.
Then I was gonna. Uh, I called this Mexican restaurant out by me and thought they were gonna be open. No, they're closed. Damn it, man.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. This
It is
place is usually open
11:40.
till 4 o'clock in the morning on Monday to Saturday, I guess.
Oh yeah,
A quarter
the
of one.
movie. What was
Half
it
and
called?
half.
The Grudge. Yeah,
Oh
the
God.
Japanese horror movie, The Grudge.
They're in the. They're on the. They're on the.
Yeah, Cottonwoods has water for a shower right now. I took one today. It was cold, but it was really refreshing after being out in that hot sun all day long today. That cold shower was like almost too cold for me.
You hit that bad boy around 4 o'clock after it's been baking in the sun all day. It gets pretty warm.
I,
Yeah,
yeah,
I saw that movie, Trapper.
I took the shower probably right before it was right before I left. So it was after 6 o'clock.
Should have been warm.
I mean, it was lukewarm, but it still felt cold for some reason.
Yeah, probably because you were so hot.
Probably.
Yeah,
So, because when I touched it with my
movie.
hand, I'm like, oh, this ain't bad. And then, yeah, it was like, it was a chilly shower today.
Right.
But after being in the sun, plus it rained, it had a little sun shower for about a minute and a half. It came down pretty hard. Uh, but as soon as the cloud passed over, it cleared right back up and got blazing hot again. And everything was dried up within like a minute, it felt like.
Yeah. Right.
So it was just one of those passing showers that when it rained, but it only rained for probably about a minute, I want to say. But it rained pretty hard though for a couple seconds there. Wasn't too bad. Still had a lot of fun. Got a lot of garbage out of the river, so
How much gold you finding there, dude? I only found about 0.4, maybe.
what from Freedom Fest?
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember, we were only working flood gold. We weren't
Right,
able to get down deep enough to get back, anywhere close to bedrock.
Right. Got to
right.
dig for that.
See, here's the thing: is all the gold up on top, or is gold further down there? Is the gold any better? Because I test panned the hole that I was on last night during my live stream. I test panned that hole today, and I was about, I don't know, 2 feet down, maybe 2.5. I did two
The
test
closer to
pans there.
bedrock, the better it's supposed to be.
Really?
Supposed to. It also depends on the bends and,
Right.
you know,
I'll tell you one thing: where Cottonwoods is dredging with his dredge right now, let me tell you, really good, and I mean
Amazon.
really good spot. He's getting some nice big pieces. I think bigger than the pieces that Benzo got when Benzo was at Freedom Fest on that gravel bar. I saw a couple of his cleanups from yesterday, and he's on a really good spot right now. And I think he says he's about, I don't know, 4, 5, or 6 feet down.
Who,
And
Jim?
yeah, and
Yeah, him and Grease Monkey know where it's at there.
really,
Yeah. Grease Monkey said he's going to take you to his spot next week. So
yeah. Uh, I hope Grease Monkey's up to it because I guess his forgot what he said, but in one of my videos, he's like, "Yeah, man, I hope I'll be able to dig." He fucked up his something in his arm, and he's hoping he could dig because he wants to run the high banker with me, and I hope he can. I hope he's feeling better. So wants to double team it.
no, I don't have a hydro flask. Reading chat, John. Sorry.
Hmm.
PA, you guys sent me Mardi Gras beads and coins with my bottle of paydirt and a sticker.
Oh,
Pretty cool.
really?
Damn right, Vester.
That's
Me and
awesome.
Vester, are going to run a high banker down at Thermal City or Lucky Strike. We haven't decided where we're going yet. I'm calling them tomorrow, by the way, Vester, just so you know.
Hmm. Why? When are you going back to thermal?
Um, I don't know. Today's the 24th, so we're going to go down probably next Tuesday or Wednesday. We're going to go down. We're going to go down for July 4th.
Oh,
Do
really?
like do like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and come home on the 6th.
Huh. Well, I'm already paid at Cottonwoods. How much is it to stay the night there at Thermal City?
35.
Oh, it's not bad. So it's just like
And if
Cottonwoods.
and if you're camping with a tent, 25.
Huh.
Chester Eats.
Wow. Oh, so it's a 35, but you get a hookup though for electricity for your camper, right?
Right. Yeah, yeah. Full hookup. Electric, water, and sewer.
Oh, wow. Hmm. Or 25 just for a tent, just like a regular campsite with tent.
No, I haven't listened to One Direction, Chester. Welcome back, though,
Mhm.
brother.
Hmm. And is there a place where you could just go dig yourself, or you actually have to pay them to bring you the dirt and then you run the dirt yourself?
You could do that, or we could go to the claim and dig in the old tailings piles.
Tailings piles, that sucks.
These are hand dug tailings piles from the 1800s, bro. And
Oh, okay.
there's all kind of gold in them.
Yeah,
I
if they're
mean,
that old, then yeah.
yeah, there's, they had slaves there back in the 1800s, and they
Uh,
had them dig for gold there. But back then, the slaves were indentured, so they worked 6 days a week, and the seventh day was theirs, right? So they had them digging for gold, and they didn't have the equipment we have
right,
today.
exactly.
So the only thing that sucks about it is you you have to bring extra intake hoses. You got to get 60 feet away from the creek. From where I see, it was 60
60.
feet. Yep. So I'll bring the high pressure pump, and we'll pull 60 feet of hose, and then we can put the pump on the other side of the pylon, and then you can pull water from the creek and run it through a 100-foot lay flat, and
Holy cow.
Hey,
run
John,
your high
you coming to
backers right
Maine
in.
with us?
Yeah, John, you want to
What's
go to
that?
Maine with us? September?
Where?
We're going to Coos Canyon in
Byron, Maine.
September. Coos
Where are you
Canyon,
guys
baby.
going?
Coos Canyon with the hip B.
Coos Canyon?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Interesting.
It's a little bit of a hike for you, but
Uh,
If
yeah,
you take the
it's the
big,
only thing.
if you come out there and Dan pulls up my sister's trailer, we got a spot for you.
Hmm.
It'll sleep 2, 4, 6 people comfortably.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And that's in September, huh?
Mm-hmm.
what is it, the
Hmm.
12th, you said? September 12th?
Um, I think it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. The
12, 13, 14, and 15.
the second week. Yep.
I'm looking at
Is
it.
there like
September
an
12th,
event going on, or
13th? Yeah. Yeah, big Northeast gathering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I sent it to you, Dan, pictures.
and there's gold
Gentleman
there, right?
Prospector will be there. Mama Bird, Charles King,
Hip B,
Heath Doty, Hans.
Heath,
Yep, Heath
Brian
will be there.
from American Prospectors might be there too.
Oh no, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who else? Who else might be there? A whole bunch of people do from out there. Really cool people.
So it's going to take Dan about
Huh.
3.5 hours to get to me to get to the camper, and I'll have everything at my sister's house loaded up, ready to go. and then it's 6.5 hour ride from here to there.
John, find out the hitch ball size, all right?
From your
Don't worry,
house?
I have everything.
I'm just
I've got
saying.
everything for
I
you.
mean,
Don't need it. He's got 2-inch receiver like you do. He's got the hitch. He's got the anti sway bar. He's got the level bars. So all you do is put that hitch in, and then we adjust it to your truck. That's it. It's all there.
Huh.
son of a bitch.
So you don't even have to
I don't
worry
know.
about
Son of
even
a-
bring.
I might be getting a fucking trailer for this car. Get a small
No,
little.
sorry, don't, Trap Bar.
Yeah, you don't have to worry
I,
about bring. Don't even bring a
What's
hitch
up?
because, like I said, he's got it.
I like country. I like rock and roll. I like rap. I like some classical. Um, some pop, but I usually don't do a whole lot of pop. Somebody's asking me questions in chat, guys. Sorry.
Chester eats disturbing sandwiches.
Yeah. Chester been around.
Ah,
I
you're
have seen
good.
him. Yeah,
Good
you don't have to.
meals.
Just bring whatever you need to bring, Dan. You don't even have to bring that second pump. I'll take mine from work, so you don't have to worry about hauling that extra weight.
Hmm.
And my
I
sister
might
said we're
lose
just
you
going to
guys
load her
here.
Blackstone, so don't worry about even bringing a Blackstone. She's got her 36-inch Blackstone with no sides on it, so we'll just load that right into the camper.
I, John, you should try and come, man. Besides, you got to use up
Yeah,
that vacation, brother.
I'm gonna think about it. You're telling me. Shit. I got too much vacation that I got to use for real. I I want to go to Cottonwoods in October for that Oktoberfest thing that he's having. It's the last event for
The
the
end of the
year.
season. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to check that out too. I'd show you the bag of pay dirt that I got from Jim. He had the little auction a couple of days ago on Facebook, and I was bidding on it, and I won it. So we'll see.
A Korean boy band. What are you
Hmm.
listening to a Korean boy band for?
Oh, jeez.
Right now, I'm into some rockin' country, dude.
That's awesome. Can't go wrong with that. I wonder how many hour drive is it there from Chicago.
See that, Chester? That's a strap, baby.
That's nice.
Hey, Dan, there's the three of us and one other in here, so I'm going to hit the big red button, and the three of
Yep.
us can hang out and talk.
All right. All right, chat. We out.
Not
Thank you for
See
everybody.
coming
you all
by.
later.
1 o'clock in the morning, and we're gonna hit the big red button and get on out of here. Chester, thanks for coming. Trap Bar. Everybody else rolled out. Vester, if you want to come up, brother, hit that link.
You
Yeah,
know where
come
it's
up.
Upper
at.
page.
Come on up, Lester.
Vester coming to Thermal City and Lucky Strike with me.
Big
Nice.
red button.